Hello, hello. It is a million degrees in my office, but I'm here. I'm here for now. We gotta pick up where we left off. So we're working on the lore for the game that I'm making. Tactical combat beast collection game. Last time I kind of just outlined a bunch of background context to explain the world. That's not going to be super important for today. Today I want to go through an old Google Doc I have. Where's that at? Not you. Not you. You. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go through an old Google Doc that I have, and we're going to outline all the different things that I want to do as far as gameplay loops go. So like off the top of my head, there's combat. There's a few different kinds of combat. Oh, I did start listing them right here. So maybe I'll get back into that. There's exploring, there's combat. I think crafting is definitely another high level thing. And then yeah, I guess talking to people. That makes it sound like I think. Okay, not that talking to people will be good. Like I'm terrible at writing. But we could maybe have like have it be important, have it be an interesting aspect of the game, collecting information. I want characters to have habits. So like maybe you're looking for somebody, you can find out like, oh, they hang out at the bar or they go fishing. Stuff like that. Stuff like that will definitely be an important part of the game. Maybe if I can swing it, some like Witcher style investigations. Although maybe a little harder than The Witcher. The Witcher is like, oh, you're trying to figure out like where this monster went. Just like press a button and you could just like see its foot tracks on the ground, which is cool. Like it makes sense for The Witcher because he's really good at tracking stuff. But I kind of wish there was some actual gameplay there with being a detective, being a fantasy beast detective guy. So you know what? We're gonna put talking to people later though. Definitely exploring combat and crafting are gonna be like the primary drivers here. Let's do a quick review. How big is this? Is this visible? Before I had the font really, really large, and then when I went to make this little flow chart, the arrow was tiny, and I was like, okay, is the font just enormous? And then yes, I realized the font is enormous, which means I made this way too big. I'm kind of making the Miro page run slow. Also, in case anybody wants to know, this is a website called Miro. You can use it for free. It limits you to only a few different files, but you can just make the files include tons of stuff. So, you know, when one file is for the lore. Okay. So anyway, resized. Okay, so the types of gameplay you're gonna explore. Imagine it's like a Pokemon game. You're gonna explore routes. You're gonna find items, hidden sections. Hidden sections might have more items. They might have puzzles. They might have special beasts. Let's see. Is that worth noting? Yeah, I guess beast catching. It is kind of part of combat, but I want there to be so like a normal Pokemon, you just defeat a Pokemon. Well, no, you weaken it and then you throw a Pokeball at it, and then boom. If you're successful, then that Pokemon is loyal to you. In my game, Symbiote Scribe, you will not really be catching symbiotes. You will be proving to them that you're worthy as a commander of them. They want to get powerful. If they realize you are good at fighting, they will join you. But maybe not just fighting. There might be some that like they'll only let you catch them, or I guess not catch. It's like a matter of respect. It's more like Pokemon Conquest, where you just look at each other and you bond. Let's go with bonding. Sure, we'll call it bonding. So there will be some beasts that like don't even want to fight, and you can just bond with them without ever fighting. And a lot of those beasts will assist you in other ways. Like they might make you a better cook, or they might unlock some kind of smithing you couldn't do before because they have some kind of like magical flames that they can add to your forge or something. So there will be beasts you capture that you do not fight. So I think that should go with exploring, because you will you'll engage in some kind of little puzzle with them in the overworld, like maybe there's a beast that likes cooking, and I don't know. You bring him his favorite ingredients, or you make him a meal that's fucking sweet, and he's like, "Oh, you a better cook than me, dog. Teach me to cook." But then, also he's a good cook, so he can help you out as well. You'll teach him new recipes. He'll improve the quality of your dishes, or let you cook. While you're not there, he'll just make you some food, like Skyrim. You can have like a husband or a wife in Skyrim, and sometimes they're just like, "Yo, dog, I made you some pudding. I made you some porridge." All right, cool, man. Okay, so it's a little bit silly to have exploring be a major heading and then exploring be a subheading of that. So maybe we'll do like route exploring. So I want to break these down and think of Pokemon, right? Let's go. Ooh, can we just look at like a fire red map, like just a map of the whole fucking place? Yeah, hit me with that, Google. God damn it! Just no. I just want to. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so can I not like zoom? Oh, you are so not friendly. What if I just open you in a new tab? Imgur, you kind of suck. Okay, so there's exploring towns. Let's do that. Let's put that in. So exploring towns is different than exploring routes, because there will be foes and routes, both like wild symbiotes, trainers who are bonded with symbiotes who want to fight you to get better, much like trainers in Pokemon. But then also like occasionally like actual bad people. Like what if Team Rocket didn't want to engage in a battle where like once you beat their Raticates, they're like, you win. Like no, they'll send out their Raticates and like pull out a gun and be like, fucking, we're gonna kill you. Give us your money or we kill you. Well, I guess it'd be give us your Pokemon, right? So there will be honorable battles, non-honorable battles, all taking place in a tactical combat engine. So then the other thing though is that there are caves. Oh my god, in the game world map, the entrance is just right next to the exit. That's so brutal. That just like hurts looking at that, knowing that you spend like 4 hours of time trying to go through this is Mount Moon. After you beat the first gym leader, you go through Mount Moon. And boy, it takes a long ass time for you to end up like 2 seconds to the right. But I guess that's the way it is. So these are like dungeons. I'm gonna call them dungeons. And dungeons are just like slightly more restrictive than exploring a route. Like you can't just fly if you have the ability to fly back to town. You can't just fly back in a dungeon. You need a special tool. You gotta like dig your way out, or use an escape rope to get out. Also, creatures just spawn randomly. Like they just jump out at you. Whereas when you're in a normal overworld, you gotta walk into some grass so you know when creatures are going to attack you. Or rather, when there's a risk of them attacking you. Then dungeons, there's also like a higher density of items in dungeons, and then also puzzles. You would expect to find puzzles in dungeons, but you'll also find puzzles out in the overworld in the game that I'm designing. I don't know about Pokemon. Are there like actual puzzles? Hey, Dear Glover, why are you disappointed? Because you're late? You're like 9 minutes late? It's all good, bro. Disappointed in self. All right, I thought so. Yeah, relax. It's all good. There's a million of these. That's fine. That's fine. Sometimes you got stuff to do, you know? Ooh. So just to catch you up, I'm trying to figure out all the different types of gameplay that are going to be going on. We made a Google Doc of this before. So I have that as a reference, but I'm also looking through right now a map of Fire Red, the Pokemon game, to think about all the different kinds of exploring. that we'll have in the game. I think basically that's it. Oh, I guess gyms. I do want some kind of gym situation. So probably want to call gyms like, I'm not sure, because I want there to be dungeons that are caves. I want there to be dungeons that are temples. And then dungeons that are shrines. So caves, you're just going through from point A to point B. You might find some puzzles that's like move some rocks around. You might find like an old altar or something with a little puzzle. It's like, oh, light these flames, but not those flames. But not a whole lot. You're going in one entrance, out the other. Temples, like temples from Ocarina of Time. This is going to be like a big area, maybe optional, maybe not. One entrance, one exit. You're going to have a boss at the end of it. You're going to have lots of puzzles to solve. Shrines are going to be like the shrines from Breath of the Wild. Just a little baby temple, little tiny puzzles. Ooh, collecting / 100%ing. Good point. God damn it, Dirk, you're so helpful. My God. Thank you so much. If you ever want to just sit here and watch me, you are perfectly welcome to chill out. Yeah, shit. Okay, so collecting is definitely a thing. Yep. Collecting. Dang. Okay, so we'll get to that. Photography's interesting. Now, I don't really imagine this game looking that good. Even if I convinced some artist that was like let's say the perfect artist for me would be somebody who's like in college, they're on top of their shit, so they've got like free time outside of classes, and they just like love Pokemon. They love drawing Pokemon pixel art, and they would love to draw their own, but they need somebody to like collaborate with. That would be perfect. I could be like, great, I'll offer you like some percentage of whatever this game earns, which probably won't be a lot of money, but I think even then the game's gonna look a little janky. You mean photography as a means of non-intrusive capture? Whoa. Okay, that's an interesting idea. So how would that work? I had already thought about the idea that there will be certain symbiotes that don't really want to fight, or even if they do fight, that they will come to respect you and join you through other means. Like you've got to solve some kind of puzzle out in the world that pleases them in some way. Like maybe there's a beast that loves music, and if you play a certain song, you play its favorite song, like out in the wilderness, it'll be like, oh dude, you're cool. I like that. Let me hang out with you. Play more music for me. Photography would be interesting. Ooh. Photograph them doing things in certain environments. Ooh. So like Pokemon Snap, right? Okay, that is an interesting thing. Ooh, okay. So we're gonna make a little section for each of these, or multiple specimen in a single frame. Yeah, shit. Okay, you know what? I need to. Will Pokemon Snap run on Yuzu? Oh no, Yuzu doesn't exist anymore, huh? Okay, I'm not gonna buy Pokemon Snap because it's like not a full game, but I would like to play it to refresh my memory. I guess actually, shit. I have it on the N64, but I don't have my N64 anymore. Fuck. Anyway, all right. We'll figure out cool stuff Pokemon Snap does and try to figure out how to work that in. But yeah, Dirk, that's a cool idea. Both as parts of quests, but also like I feel like the idea would be like the more you photograph a creature's habits, the like more you know that creature. And then maybe it's easier to bond with them because you like know more about them. It's a cool idea. Okay, I'm gonna... Photos, music, food. I don't actually want to leave these here. I'm gonna remove them once we make this specific section. But I don't want to forget all the different ways that I have hypothesized bonding with a beast outside of combat. Okay, so for exploring, I need a name for a gym. So the idea would be that there is like an ancient tradition of battling with creatures, and there are people who in every town maintain like some kind of a thing like a gym where they train people. Honestly, we could still call it a gym. We could just call it a gym. It's a bit of a like modern word. Training facility. Well, so Dirk, the problem is that I kind of want to use shrine and temple for the types of dungeons that are out there. You know what? I'm okay with using the word gym. If I'm using like shrine and temple so that people will understand that like, oh, this is like a shrine from Breath of the Wild. It'll be a quick little thing I can do in 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes if I don't understand the concepts at first, but it'll be quick. And then a dungeon is like, oh, a dungeon, it's gonna take you like an hour or two. There's gonna be a boss at the end of it. The boss might be hard. You might have to like go switch your team up, come back with a better team that you've trained to beat whatever boss this is. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna call it gyms for now, and we're gonna put working title. Maybe if a better... Ooh, a dojo. Nope, dojo. Dojo it is. So the other thing to think about, I think... I'm gonna scroll around this map. Actually, let's zoom out. Okay, so we have towns. I guess the other thing is there's going to be places like the power plant. And the power plant isn't really a cave. It's not really going to be a temple. It's not really going to be a shrine. Ooh, what is a good term for that? Like, and we would include in this like the rocket bases, like the hideouts. Ooh, God, maybe it could just be technogenic. Whoa, that is a cool word. I don't think that applies here, but that is a very cool word. Okay, so it's still gonna be a kind of dungeon. Maybe just a base. Cargo is just like storage. I feel like maybe we just conceptualize it as base. It's like, for Team Rocket, it makes sense. It's like their headquarters. It's like where they're located. For the power plant, it would be like Zapdos's base. It's where he's taken up residence. Okay, I think that's good. We could even consider the Lavender Tower, something like that. Yeah, so I don't think there's a whole lot of other things to describe. Ooh, do I want a safari zone? A safari zone could be a cool thing to have. Maybe not in the initial game. Maybe that's a fun idea for later. It's a cool thing, but certainly not essential to what I think of when I'm trying to like take the idea of a Pokemon world and make it more realistic with tactical combat and like simulation aspects where the Pokemon are running around doing stuff. Surfing routes are interesting because they're kind of a weird mix between like a regular route and a dungeon. Like anywhere you step, you could run into enemies. I don't know. But I don't think it needs its own term. Relate to. Do what now? Oh, a relationship system. Shit. Okay. So you know what? Maybe we do actually need to go one layer further down. Actually, no. This is fine. This is fine. So we have all of these things. I feel like this is everything for exploring. These are all of the different kinds of places you will explore. And I think I'll put puzzles at the end because the idea is that like, not like that. Not like that you won't. The idea is that puzzles can be pretty much anywhere, but the types of puzzles you experience will be different. Actually, then I guess maybe they deserve their own section. Maybe they should just be their own thing. Yeah, sure. Exploring is slightly different than doing a puzzle. Exploring, you might choose to skip puzzles. Relationship system, environmental feedback. Now, do you mean like affecting the environment? Like lighting things on fire and then having a bush burn down because you lit it on fire? Or do you mean the environment changing to the things that you do? I guess, honestly, the second thing is really just a bigger version of the first thing. So maybe that should be listed as part of having lesser tat is because less berries. Okay, yeah. So I guess not. Yeah, it would be the environment changing, not just because of what the player does, but because of what creatures within the environment do. Let's see. Do we actually include that as a kind of gameplay? Or do we just note that it happens during kinds of gameplay? Like I don't imagine the dungeons are going to have much environmental feedback or environmental changes. Maybe like one dungeon you're like raising or lowering the water level. Something like that is going to, of course, cause global changes within the dungeon. But I feel like the environmental feedback thing is mostly going to be when you're like out in the wilds. Okay, and actually, I do kind of want to differentiate. I want there to be two different kinds of areas that you explore out in the environment. Like in Pokemon, you have routes that connect areas, but I also want to have an area that's kind of like a frontier. That's not between, it's not a path between two towns. It's like you're out in the wilderness. Like shit is crazier. And I think these two will be the places that we see the most environmental changing. So I mentioned Dreams Dungeon. Yeah, there are definitely part of how I want the plot to kind of excuse. I want the plot to give me an excuse to have like roguelite elements, and one of those things I want to be like a like areas that are inspired by people's dreams, as if their dreams are like becoming a reality for a reason that I'm still trying to figure out the best way to fit into the actual plot. My current idea is that some kind of eldritch beast is like dead or almost died and is like being kept safely hidden away underneath this island nation that the game all takes place during. You love how King's Bounty handled item morale. Whoa. Item morale. You got to explain that. Why would items have morale? I have considered having characters having morale. Or I guess really like fatigue. Like you can't just use the same party member for every fight. It is definitely something I would like to do, but maybe only for certain difficulties or for certain activities. Basically, magical items had a morale score, and each had triggers for increase and decrease. So then, but then what is the effect of that? Let's just make notes in here for now. Okay. I don't know if puzzles need their own subsection. It's like they are a separate thing, but I don't really know how else to talk about them. I feel like I'm going to talk about all the kinds of puzzles that would appear in each of these places. I guess that's fine. Yeah, that could be fine. Okay, once morale is drained, the item becomes unwielding? Like unwieldy, like you can summon and challenge the guardian of the item to restrain it and get its morale up. Whoa. What a weird fucking thing. Cool. I guess depending on how that's implemented, it could be annoying. Like you just want to use your cool item, but its morale is drained and like you don't want to deal with going through a fight to get its morale back up. So if its morale is down, then like you can't like use it. If its morale is like maxed out, do you get some kind of bonus, or is this only a negative? It either does nothing and it lets you use it, or it's negative and you can't use the item. Interesting idea still. It'd be cool if you topped off the morale, if you got a little like bonus damage or something cool. Let's put the dojo up here. Okay. So, I guess there are a few different other areas that I want to note. So I want an area that is like an island that you would send like remote islands that you're going to send characters to. And they start with like no gear. Or rather, you start with base gear, some like starting supplies, and your goal is to kind of like complete this challenge with minimal gear. You like level up as you go through it. And maybe the idea will be that it's a dream, and so that's why like things don't fully make sense. Like your character's leveling up quickly, you're gaining allies, you're capturing beasts. It's like rapid fire, like in a dream where just all of a sudden things change. But then the idea is that when you win, you get to bring actual items back into your game. And I imagine this is something that's like you can farm them. You can like do them over and over. Silent boy, hey. Okay, so for the morale system, there were bonuses based on morale. Expanding the spell list of the item. Cool. Oh yeah, during expedition is a good term for this. Cool. Yeah. Dream of the Maelstrom. That's maybe a little bit too heavy. I think just calling it an expedition and then having a little thing that explains what it is. You were summoned by D&D. Well, I don't think we're specifically talking about D&D, but you know, stuff that's similar to. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh yeah, when are you DMing your first thing? Was there any? Okay. So I do feel like there's one or two other things I want to add, but maybe even like this expedition thing, like this is something to be concerned about later in the game. This is like how you're gonna get end game resources and materials to craft like really powerful weapons or to power up characters. So God, do I just not worry about these for now and just leave them out of this? I feel like that might be the best thing, because there's definitely okay, and actually yeah. That's fine. I want to add a little section for end game stuff. So actually, so wait, let me undo. Nope, can't. Okay, fine. I still have it. Damn it, I don't. I accidentally, right. And you can't undo in here, that's brutal. But can I undo the whole thing? Holy shit, that's not what I want. Oh no. Dang, okay, I deleted the thing. Fine, I'll have to retype out what I had. It's not that complicated. It was an expedition, and that is a roguelike Dream Island. Great. But then, so what we want this to be is end or post-game activities. End game or post-game. The D&D thing happens in 3 days. Nice. I hope it goes well. Ooh, yeah, Durg. So the community building thing is going to just be the school area that's being rebuilt is kind of like the community that the player will be helping to build. Will we terraform or restore the ecosystem? I think a big part of making the game a simulation is so that we can do that kind of stuff. And I'm not sure if it should be part of the campaign or end game like challenges or both. I feel like maybe it should be both. Like as you go through the campaign, there will be areas that you'll encounter that are like fucked up that you have to rebalance. But then also end game, there might be challenges to do to like go to an area of the frontier that is like messed up, that's out of balance, and to as quickly as you can bring it back into balance for a reward. Oh shit, yeah, let me note that. Silent Boy, what did you say? The dungeon in the Dark Forest is going to be a reference to Luigi's Mansion. Nice. Is it just going to be a giant mansion? And another dungeon will be a cooking dungeon. There is an anime called Delicious in Dungeon. I've only seen the first 3 episodes now. It's very entertaining. It's like, if you haven't seen it, it's like you have heard that it's like it's cute and it's like written pretty well, so it's entertaining, but it does a thing that I don't know if any other anime has done, which is that it's like a YouTube like cooking show, but like after they kill a monster. Like there's one character that knows how to cook monsters, so he's like, okay, first we got to prepare the carcass by doing this, then we got to do that, cut off these parts of it and save them for making the broth. It's very cute. It's very fun. It's Crazy Pants likes cooking shows, so I thought she might like watching it. I think so far she finds it mildly entertaining. I think it's really, really cool. Also, ProZD does the voice of the guy who's like an expert at cooking, and I love ProZD. In the campaign, we might restore things with large effort, and in the end game, it becomes much easier. Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like maybe there should be a mix of, like, during the campaign, there should be spots that are easy to restore as kind of like a little puzzle, where just 1 or 2 things is, like, off in the environment. And then for end game, either it could be like a little small puzzle here and there that you see. Maybe like you go on an expedition, and a small section of that is rebalancing things. But then I do want areas where the whole environment is just screwed up, and you have to like bring it back to life, bring it back into balance. Made a literary cooking fight once. So you had to cook and fight. That's cute. Did you mean you made a literal cooking fight? Probably. You kill enemies or find them in chests. Defend your food against enemies that want to eat them. Why not have sets already made and allow the player to fix them on their own point? Well, yeah, so I think I want some of them... I want some of these to be part of the story, right? Like, we're trying to... Part of the story is like analyzing and understanding as the group of characters what's happening, why things are becoming out of balance, what that might mean for the future of this world. But I do like the idea. I want there to be lots of puzzles that players can just be like, I don't like this. I don't want to engage with it. But if they do like it, then they can engage with it. So yeah, I think having some easier ones be mandatory is fine, especially if there's like characters that are with you, kind of walking you through the ideas. Not just giving you the answer, not just outright telling you what to do, but kind of helping you figure out how to rebalance things. But I do want there to be some endgame stuff like that. Definitely Battle Tower. Definitely gym rematches. They're dojos now. They're dojos, buddy. What else? Probably some like some endgame dungeons with like legendary symbiotes. Something like Mewtwo or other cool legendary Pokemon like that. An equivalent. And then maybe just a segment, just like a post-game area that would have all the other things that normally would be included in regular gameplay, but just like a challenging version of Roots, of a town that has like some kind of interesting things going on that explains why like this area is like very difficult. Maybe it's like it's a town where all of the elite warriors go to hang out. And so like the wildlife around is really dangerous. So all the Roots have really dangerous, strong creatures. I don't know, something like that. Okay, so these seem like a good enough list of things to have as endgame stuff. And actually not just a post-game area, but like post-game plot. Where we're gonna like wrap up or extend individual stories of like NPCs or characters. Maybe there's like a blacksmith who's looking for some kind of legendary ore or something, and maybe in the post game you can help him get it. Since you're having players play instruments, there will also be songs they can unlock. That's cute. One of them is the Song of Money. Oh my god. Does it just give them money? Which randomly makes stuff have discounts. It'd be kind of fun to let them like make them choose from among different songs to have affecting them. So if they want cash, playing the Song of Money seems like a good idea. That's fun. Okay, so let's get back to the normal gameplay. And let's call this end/post-game gameplay. Ugh. That really does not roll off the tongue, but that's fine. Man, they really don't want me to highlight that last letter. Okay. So we'll worry about the endgame stuff like way later. I think generally my goal is going to be to get a functional non-endgame just so that people can see what the game has to offer as early as possible. So for puzzles, I've already decided we're going to kind of talk about the kinds of puzzles that will appear in each of these sections when we go into detail. And then for combat, honorable combat to the death combo, we'll just call it dishonorable. There's going to be fights where it's just like two groups of respectful warriors trying to learn and become better. One wins, one group wins, one group loses. Then there's dishonorable combat where like your life is on the line. People are actually trying to kill you. You could, if you so choose, kill them. They probably deserve it. You're not going to be able to just go and try to kill like innocent people. It's going to be like you get attacked or someone has done something very evil. And then it's like, okay, you're like, yeah, we're going to kill them. They're a piece of shit. They're going to destroy. They're going to hurt people if we don't kill them. Kind of a situation. And then beast bonding will be you. It's like honorable combat, but your goal is specifically to do certain things. Sometimes just defeating a creature. There might be a creature that will only bond with you, for example, if you do like a really large amount of damage. Or if you defeat it, but you only use like one element of damage. Something weird like that. It's going to be like a weird puzzle. Ooh, the Song of Money stacks. So wait, they can all play the Song of Money, or could one person play the Song of Money like 20 times? And then just like, oopsie, everything's free at the store. Kind of makes me feel bad for the merchants, man. They gotta make a living. Got a drop of water on my glasses. Okay, so I think I'm gonna jump down to here, and actually the section with talking to people, we're gonna change it to social. Because one of them will be talking to people, and the other will be restoring the home base. Actually, maybe building, growing. So the idea is that this game will take place with the very beginning of the game. The player character meets a group of people who are restoring like a school for gifted magical users. And so like they're kind of starting from the ground up, and then you, the player, are new to the world. So they kind of help you in exchange for you helping them. And so then over time, as you travel around the world, you will be able to convince people to join that group, like a skilled blacksmith or a skilled cook, maybe a few of them, an alchemist. As people join your group, they will be like waiting for you back here if they're not in your party or whatever. They can play the Song of Money up to 3 times, and it will allow a 90% discount. Bro, that's so powerful. That sounds like one of those things that like when you, the player, find out about it, you're like, well, now I just have to do that. Shortcuts. Yeah, so shortcuts, that is definitely just something I think inherent about exploring. But maybe it's worth mentioning as its own section. It's kind of simple. But actually, I feel like really that's going to be like a subsection. So then here, what we should do is, maintain my tabs. There we go. Nope, still doesn't. Still doesn't when you paste it, even if you highlight the tabs. That's rude. Oh, but it turns them into like individual spaces. What a choice. What a weird, Miro, that's weird, dude. I think a tab is usually 4 spaces all combined into one thing. That was interesting. It turned 2 tabs into 2 spaces. Okay. So shortcuts will just be a subsection of route exploring. Downtime is interesting. And I think that's actually a good point. A good thing to consider. I like, oh my god, I can't remember what the system's called in Final Fantasy 14. Maybe retainers? There's a system in FF14, a system in Genshin Impact. Probably this system exists in lots of games. You can send your characters that you're not using out to, like, I go gather some ore for me. Go get me some herbs from this area. And then they're gone for a certain amount of time, and then they come back and they give you a small amount of something. So yeah, how do I? Because I want a term for multiple kinds of systems like that. So what's annoying is Genshin calls them expeditions. But I also like the idea of being able to send a player out to be like to ask them, like, hey, find me where these symbiotes exist. Like, where can I catch this kind of symbiote? And maybe they'll give you information that's like, okay, well, not only can you find them in this area, but during these times of year, or if you do certain things, you can, I want you to be able to find different versions of them. Like they're a shiny Pokemon. I want there to be some variations of color palettes. I think that's a thing that Pokemon could do that would be more fun. You could still have the super rare ones that are really cool, but like, I don't know, maybe a Charmander that's slightly darker red could be cool. Or that has like a slightly bluish red instead. Like just slight color variations. I don't know. So I either have to rename the expedition down here, the term for characters going out and finding things for you, materials of your choice. And certain characters should be better at getting certain materials. So the smart thing to do is to send someone who's good at finding things, who like a blacksmith is probably going to be better at collecting ore for you than like collecting herbs for you, because he knows ore. But maybe you need something so bad. You're like, sorry, blacksmith guy, like, I don't need ore right now. What I need is herbs to make potions. So you go do that. I'm just sending every extra person out to get potions. So the goal of this is to convince you to recruit players, to recruit more characters for your team, even if you're not using them. And actually, that kind of reminds me, that, I guess, is also a gameplay aspect, recruiting characters. So yeah, I feel like quests are kind of a thing. I guess quests deserve their own section. Quests are basically just going to tell you to go interact with other kinds of gameplay. But one of the primary things you'll do with quests is recruiting players. Like, somebody might want to join your team, but they've got something they're dealing with, like they've got something they're dealing with that's very pressing for them or their family. Some kind of reason they can't go. They can't join you. Or maybe they don't want to join you, but then if you do something, you can convince them to join you. You're back? Welcome back, Dirk. Okay, so I think we'll put recruiting as an aspect of social stuff, but recruiting will primarily take place through quests. So we'll say recruiting adepts because that's what they'll be. You'll be recruiting people who are skilled. Maybe like adepts or technicians? Do I want everyone you recruit to always just be good at magic? Maybe they... we'll still just call them adepts. But maybe they have other skills that make them useful aside from being good at magic. Maybe somebody's just really good at like being a warrior and they don't really have magic. That could be okay. It's like adepts / heroes. Okay, so I think just a little bit more to add to downtime. And then I think we might be like fully done. Downtime, you mean like having a behind the screen stuff that have requirements on a pawn / actor and can be done if the character is not in the main roster? Yeah, Dirk, that was, I got exactly what you meant. That is exactly the line of thinking that I'm thinking as well. Quest is hard to complete and the window of opportunity to see this quest is low because she's gone. She's gone forever. Wait, as in the Silent Boy, the quest to get the Song of Money? That is XCOM / Dragon Age style downtime. Dang, I've played the first 2 Dragon Age games. I don't remember that being a thing. And I've also played the first XCOM game. And I guess with XCOM, you're constantly choosing like things to research and stuff. And then it's like happening in between battles. So yeah, that could be interesting. So we could have something like research where the people at the school, maybe the alchemist might be like, where should I focus my studies to help you most? And you could be like, research healing potions, and then they'll improve the quality of your healing potions over time. So then that would incentivize you to get the alchemist as soon as possible. Maybe recruit multiple alchemists if you can, so they will help you improve your skills. Okay. So essentially, I think the only thing that's missing here, I need to expand on some of these, but I think the main thing that's missing here is maybe like growing in power and documenting all the different ways the player grows in power, why they would care about those things. And how the player will do that. How doing other things will give you the resources to grow in power or whatever. It was in Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, I remember the second one had a subtitle, but I don't remember if that was the second one. The second one was very disappointing. It had a lot of copy-pasted assets. Stellaris Research is kind of like that. I think I own Stellaris. I think it was free at some point, and I keep looking at it and being like, that seems like a cool game to play, but also it seems like a very big game. Also, decreasing in power, or else it becomes a power creep. Yeah, I feel like the improvements you would get over time should be less and less, which would encourage players to research or focus their minions, their allies, like work, kind of have them do a little bit of everything rather than have them just make my healing potions really good, dude. Yeah, I think diminishing returns is definitely important. Do the typical thing where it just costs like twice as much each time for the same reward, or it's the same cost each time, but the reward shrinks in half. Something like that. So it's still worth it, and as the player's like ability to collect assets grows, they would still feel like it's worth investing in. But yeah, it gets harder and harder over time. Silent Boy, what'd you say? So the character that gives the Song of Money quest is a sad character who you'll see multiple times, but she barely wants to talk. She always talks about leaving. You see her other times she's playing her ocarina. Cute, she has an ocarina. And she teaches you songs she's learned. Ooh, copyright infringement. You're gonna ever teach people the Song of Storms? That's fun. It's a good song. Interesting. Just be ready for your players to not engage with her the way you want. I feel like as a DM, you have to, like, even if you can set the table, but like you can't make people decide to eat. You like, they might just do completely the opposite of what you expect. And you know, that's all right. Yeah, Drew, good point. I mean, okay, cost isn't nothing if you can farm, right? Like, if we have it grow, if we have the cost double each time, like, first it might take somebody like an hour to farm the materials they need for a big boost. Then it's going to take 2 hours. Then it's going to take 4 hours. Then 8 hours. Totally just forgot what number I said right before. Then 16. So like it can grow to the point that it's you can't just grind through it and keep improving. Also, we could just have a cap, right? Like at some point it's like, okay, look, your potion, your healing potion is as good as it can get. Congratulations. Why don't you go work on explosive potions or potions that cause confusion or sleep or something? Some type of limited resource or non-renewable might be a great thing. Yeah, I really like the way that Elden Ring and a lot of the Souls games, you can farm certain weapon upgrade materials, but some of them it's like, sorry, there's only 1 or 2 of these in the whole game. If you want another one, you're gonna have to like do New Game Plus. So yeah, definitely a mind toward how limited resources are is a really good way to control the player's behavior, or to push them in different directions, right? Amber Starlight is limited. The things that I know are limited are the final weapon upgrade materials, the oh my god, what are they called? The smithing, like somber, one of them, there's like regular smithing stones and there's somber smithing stones. The highest level of those, there's only a few in the game, and everything else I think you can farm like an infinite amount of. You can have as many weapons at level 9 as you want, but you can only get a few up to level 10. But yeah, I think Amber Starlight is limited as well. If I remember right, it's a currency to buy certain things. I don't remember if you use it to respec. You definitely use the oh no, you use some weird like blob thing to respec. Maybe you need both. I don't know. But anyway, yes, clearly having things be very limited for very powerful rewards is a good idea. For very powerful upgrades is a good idea. So then the player feels like they're making an important decision when they decide to use such a limited thing. And maybe having like the alchemist warn the player like, hey, these things are really rare. Like, you're sure you want me to give you to research like the best healing potions rather than something else? Maybe put it in exploration. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know where. Oof. Ooh, actually, maybe growing in power. Because I feel like we need to, in here, I need to talk about... Ooh, or in crafting. It's more of crafting. That's a good point. Okay, okay. Okay, so then... Let's... But I do think I want that. Limited resources will also be a part of the player's own like skill trees and things. Like you can't just have everything. There will be lots of low level things you can have everything, but when you get up to higher level like abilities, disciplines, skill trees, things like that, you can't just get everything. Or at least if you get everything for one character, you're going to be running out of resources. You can't get everything for every character. You're going to have to pick and choose. And I guess maybe if you grind the game a lot, you can get almost everything for almost every character. But I really like the way that Genshin Impact is not a hard game, but because the game is designed for characters to be very hard to get unless you spend money, Crazy Pants and I, when we play together, we have a wide number of characters that the other player doesn't have. So it's interesting to try and build teams together for challenges when we're doing like a new boss. And it's like, okay, you could bring that person to heal. I could bring this person for shields. We could bring these two characters because they do good damage together. Stuff like that is really fun. Like theory crafting is something that I really want to push this game toward. Replayability choices, like if you get one NPC and another won't join this run. Ooh. 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 That is an interesting idea. I don't know how much I like that. Do I want you to be able to get everybody to join, or should... Yeah, that's an okay, that's an interesting idea. Ooh, and where to put that? Maybe in quests, maybe in growing power. Choices that exclude. Maybe like, no, not limited choices. I guess choices that exclude might describe it. So the idea would be that there are going to be points where you choose things and you can't have all the things. Which is already definitely going to be a case with like your starting creatures. Like I mentioned before, I want every player to start with one specific creature, and then you get a choice a little bit later between 3 different ones, just like Pokemon. So yeah, we'll talk about that inside of the character growing in power, since that's kind of related. It's difficult to organize some of this stuff. Silent Boy, you finished the Song of Money. Like you made it an actual song. Are you gonna make your players like actually play the song? Like get a little there are programs you can download that like turn your like laptop keyboard into like a synthesizer to play notes. Oh my god, you are gonna make them play it. Okay. I imagine somebody getting pissed if they can't play the song right, and you keep being like, well, nothing happens. You must have played the song wrong. You're gonna make them say the notes. Okay, yeah, I guess that's a good point. You could, as the player, you could just say like, I play the song with these notes. Okay. It would be very fun if you had musically inclined players and one of them like brought an ocarina and then actually played the songs. That would be fucking cool. That kind of stuff is why I'd like to play D&D. That would be like the coolest job if I woke up tomorrow and somebody was like, here's $1 billion, but you have to be a DM for this group of very nice people. Like, sweet, okay, cool. And then like get to learn all their individual like talents as human beings, or talents they want to improve as human beings, and then like kind of work that into like the role-playing experience. You have your ocarina, so once they get the song, you play it on the ocarina. Okay, that's cute. Yeah, that's a fun extra like immersive thing to do, to like actually play the music. When I play Ocarina of Time, I'm a very like play the game efficiently kind of person, and every once in a while when I play Ocarina of Time, I'll tap out a song really, really quickly because I need to get somewhere, and it like infuriates me. So then like 99% of the time I actually like hold each note for the right amount of time, even though you can just like very quickly like boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo, and then the song will play. But I can't deal with that. I need to actually hear myself play the song. music sounds nice, you know? Oh my god, I love Ocarina of Time so much. As a kid, it was so mind-blowing. You wrote it down, you're gonna send it in the Discord server. Could you get something to play it? Or actually, yeah, I guess if you send the notes in a way that I could just like, because I can't read music. I could at one point, and then I didn't keep up with it. But I would like to actually hear it. Okay. We need to think about anything else for downtime. Just one last, I feel like there is something missing, which like is like, what do all your symbiotes do? Your humanoid allies can go on expeditions, they can do recon, they can do research. Ooh, maybe they could train. This might be a nice way, like the daycare in Pokemon, to, if you're not using some characters, to maybe still level them up a little bit so they don't fall way behind. I hate the way that Pokemon essentially encourages you, at least earlier ones, like choose your team early, don't diverge from them, or you'll hit some difficulty spikes and have trouble. Later Pokemon games are way more like, it's so easy, who cares, level up a bunch of Pokemon, whatever, man. I think it goes too much in the other direction, though, being too easy. Okay, so sure, you could train your symbiotes or your adepts, but what else would the symbiotes do if they're all just like hanging out? I don't know, like maybe Sims just like relax. Restoration, yeah, maybe they just like chill out. Symbiote production, oh my god. Okay. Maybe. I don't know if I'm going down that route. That might be like a sequel situation. Okay, you're sending the Ocarina tabs. So it shows what hole you press down. Interesting. Where do I send it? I don't know. I guess still like, I don't know, like arts and crafts, or, because I feel like it's not really well, okay, it could go in game dev stuff. Like I said before, it is a game dev thing. Oh shoot, yeah, that reminds me. Silent Boy, I'm like halfway through your story. I'll probably finish it today. Oh yeah, there's a music tab. There you go. Cool. Okay, now is there a program that will play it? Because I just want to hear it. I can't look at that and turn it into music, you know? My brain don't do that. Let's write this differently. Maybe like Sims Relax. God, what? Maybe every once in a while they'll find some items for you, or something nice. I want the player to feel like collecting a bunch of Sims. They're not just like sitting in your bank doing nothing like they are in Pokemon. In your PC. I think the last mainline Pokemon game I played had like a cute little island where they would all just be like hanging out. And then you could have them do little mini games, or they might like find items or other things for you. So maybe something like that. So maybe expeditions will be much more focused and reliable. Maybe them relaxing, they'll just occasionally find items for you. Especially if they're like, if they're fully relaxed, or you've raised their like happiness meter. If you've bonded with them by giving them things they like, feeding them food they like, not letting them faint in combat a bunch. Like you said, maybe after the stream you could play it in a voice chat. I guess if you have a good mic, that could work. I don't know. Can you record it? Just record it. Get, shoot. Audacity is a really simple program for recording audio. And then you can just put it in the music channel. Yeah, Durg, a protection mission is a cool idea. And I think so. Yeah, Dirk. I think for now, I don't want to deal with breeding. I don't want to deal with breeding, but I do. Okay, so hold on. Let me find that document because there were some things like that idea for combat that I already wrote out. Like different kinds of things that you'll do. Nope, not there. Okay, it's just back up in the combat section. Okay, so get chat back. A little scatterbrained with the organization here. So so we not only have like 3 types of combat, but within each of these types of combat, or I guess it's really like there's 2 types of combat. That it's honorable and dishonorable combat, and then other actions will be happening within those frameworks. Like you could either have an honorable fight or a dishonorable fight where you are where you're just like eliminating everybody. Your goal is just to win. That's like the default combat is just kill everybody. You might need to escape. You might need to protect a zone, person, thing. And then this is similar to protecting, but escorting is essentially like escape plus protect in one. So you might need to move with somebody and keep them alive as they escape from an area. Let's see, is there anything else? Okay, so I think these are like the general, these are like additional actions you might be taking during combat. I guess actually, we'll just leave it all as one long thing. Okay. So I need to figure out how to actually organize this stuff better. The goal is going to be to write out a bunch of gameplay loops and how they actually interact and intersect with each other. So I guess I'll keep filling this out. Then I'll try to figure out how to organize them better. Yeah, I feel like endurance combat is... Oh, I guess that's not exactly protecting, is it? So that's just like survive. That's a good... I think that's a good way to describe it. Just survive. Maybe you survive until reinforcements arrive. Maybe you're trying to prove yourself to somebody that you can like survive some kind of attack. Like prove you can survive 10 turns fighting this opponent. You remember QTE mid-combat? Yeah, so that's definitely something that I want. Copy those over. Okay, so we definitely want an action point system, but I don't know if that's necessarily worth writing here, because here I'm just trying to get all the different types of things that'll be happening to like the things the player will be doing. And I guess mentioning that they would use action points is kind of like what they're doing, but all right, fine. We'll just put turn-based action points. So then the important things to note here is that we want an environmental focus where you can manipulate the environment. And then the QTEs I had described as active button inputs. You just call them combat QTEs. QTE is quick time event. But definitely important to note that they are optional as in multiple layers of optional. You can just turn them off. You could just be like, I don't like this, and the game will be rebalanced around not having them on. It's crazy to see how many people were like, didn't like Sea of Stars. Combat Cuties, oh my god. That is kind of a fun name for like a weird like Pokemon battling game. But like if everything was cute. That's really funny. Anyway, QTE, QuickTime event. Some people hated Sea of Stars because of the QuickTime events, and they refuse to just like not do them. The game is too easy. It very quickly is way too easy of a game. There is one way to make Sea of Stars hard. Actually, no, there's two ways to make Sea of Stars hard. One way is you have to buy an item that you can miss. I was trying to play the game blind. I couldn't figure out how to get it. So I couldn't make combat harder. Until way later in the game, there's another thing you can get that you can turn on that makes combat like insanely hard. It's like if you miss a single QTE, you get put down to 1 health. It's fucking crazy. And like that I don't want that. I appreciate some people want that. So I want to have just in the options menu, you can just turn QTEs off. You can just be like, I don't like these. Just completely remove them, because I understand some players can't just like not. They can't just not try to do them. And if they don't like them, they'll think the game is not relaxing, which is a weird complaint I saw about Sea of Stars. Like, just let it go. Just don't do it. Their brain can't. They can't just not try to do the QuickTime events in combat. Which, God, if somebody doesn't know what a QuickTime event is, it's like right as you attack, press a button right now and you get some bonus damage. Or the enemy's attacking you, press a button now and you'll block the attack, take less damage. Stuff like that. Basically, each mechanic is about decision making or a game loop. Yeah, the things that I'm listing here are specifically aspects that we can kind of put into a game loop, that we can say like if the player is exploring, this is what exploring a town is like. They will talk to people, they will find hidden items, whatever else. I want to be like listing all of the different loops that are in the game so that I can see how they interact. Maybe there'll be some things that I don't think are worth keeping. Maybe seeing how like we're not there yet, but crafting is going to be something that interrelates to exploring, because you're going to find items while you explore that you can use for crafting, but you'll also find items from combat. You'll also find items from solving puzzles. So I want to have that like represented. Every mechanic will probably add to growth and power. Yeah, there are gonna be some things like that are like influenced by everything. Hey, Teamworm, how you doing, dude? That was very funny that I came into Zillia's stream last night as they were mentioning. Well, I guess it was really you talking about mostly the Anthropocene Reviewed, which is so good. If you haven't listened to the audiobook, you should listen to the audiobook. There will be like 4 or 5 sections you'll be able to skip because it's the same story as the podcast, but so good. Okay, so the other thing was not just QuickTime events, but the like lock breaking system. So like an enemy will go to do a powerful attack, and you have to decide if it's worth stopping them from doing that powerful attack by trying to hit them within some number of turns. You have to hit them with the right kinds of things, like hit them with 2 ice spells and an attack that does piercing damage or something like that. Googling strangers. Oh my God. I cannot remember the specifics of that. Oh, no, I do remember one specific part. Dang. Shit, so this is just random, but for context, there's a guy named John Green. He's like a YouTuber. He does a bunch of, he does a video blog. He's like one of the oldest video bloggers that he does with his brother. They each do one a week with the idea of them staying in contact with each other. But now he just does a bunch of other things. Also, oh shit, yeah, before that, he's like a young adult author. John Green is an author. And so he did a bunch of things called the Anthropocene Reviewed. Used to be a podcast, then it became a book. It's a good audiobook where he just reviews aspects of being alive during like the human era on Earth. So like, well, he's reviewed Canada geese. He has reviewed Googling strangers. They always end up being incredibly like well-written, touching stories. The Googling strangers one is fucking crazy. He used to be a chaplain at a hospital or something. So he would like just like help people who were like dying or whatever. Like, I don't know, like say prayers or be okay with dying if he could. And the Googling strangers thing ends up being about one of the people he Googles was a kid who he interacted with, who he wasn't sure was going to survive. And the climax of that story is pretty good. It's quite touching. Nice, Silent Boy. You recorded it? Sweet. Yeah, I'll check it out after the stream. The Song of Money. It better sound like it's gonna make me rich. Or I guess really it just sounds like it's gonna make things cheap, right? It doesn't make you rich, it makes everything else cheap. Okay, is there anything else important to mention about combat, specifically that the player is going to interact with? They have to interact with the lock system. Well, they could. They can interact with active button pressing. I guess, yeah, environmental reactions. We'll just go with reactions. That is something players can interact with. They can cause reactions. They can freeze enemies. They can make clouds of steam. They can spread fire from one enemy to a bunch of enemies. Shit like that. That's an important thing the player can do or not do. Okay. And you know what? I guess. Ooh, yeah. I need to think about how I want to do this because since the combat system is tactical, like that is something that the player will be doing. They'll be positioning, I guess. We'll just call it tactical positioning, right? That's an important thing you do in tactical combat. If you just want to play Pokemon where like you have your Pikachu and he's sitting across the screen from your rival's Charmander and you just want to like attack and have it hit him, like fine, play Pokemon. But like for this game, you got to consider like, what attack am I doing? How far away does it hit? Do I need to move closer to the Charmander? What if I could sneak up behind the Charmander and hit him for some bonus damage? Shit like that. And then I guess players also have to engage with the fact that it's turn-based and they have action points. So they have to think about min-maxing what they're going to do if they want to play effectively. They can save some of their action points for their next turn. So they can, if they don't need to do a lot this turn, maybe they're waiting for an enemy to get closer, or they need to have a lot of action points ready for when an enemy tries to do some kind of powerful attack. They'll be ready on their next turn with some bonus actions that they can take. Okay, so I feel like honorable versus dishonorable combat should go at the top. And then kind of want, excuse me. Let's see. I want the types of activities you'll do in combat. So You might be trying to, I guess the highest level description of what this type of combat is. First, is it honorable or dishonorable? Fighting to defeat the opponent or fighting to destroy them? But then after that, there's also your like primary objective. You are either trying to eliminate all the targets. Maybe you're trying to escape. Maybe you're trying to protect a person or an area. Maybe you're just trying to survive. Maybe you're trying to escort someone. Okay. And then everything else down here are things that the player can engage with in every different kind of combat situation. Certainly tactical positioning, certainly turn-based action point usage. Beast bonding, I guess really you'd only see in like honorable combat. Maybe not though. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really fit with the rest of these. These are things that if you want to do your best, you're going to be doing these. You're going to be engaging with all of these systems in combat all the time. Making sure your tactical positioning is good. Making sure you understand the turn-based system, who's going when, how many action points your characters have, how many they need to do certain things. You got to get good at nailing the quick time events. You can turn them off if you want, but like a high difficulty, having them on is a way to add challenge. And I feel like, again, complaints with Sea of Stars, some people want to just like relax and play a chill turn-based RPG, and I understand that. I think they should just ignore the QTE system, but I'll let them turn it off because I understand some people don't have that capacity to ignore a system that's there. It just feels bad. I get it. But then some people, if you want a more active experience, then you will engage with the QTE system and try to, I don't know. I like them because it makes you pay attention to combat. You are like on the edge of your seat, like, okay, shit, not only do I need to know what the enemy's doing so I can figure out what I'm going to do next turn, but also I need to know what they're doing because I need to learn their attacks because I need to fucking press a button right as their attack is going to hit me. Yeah. Then the lock breaking system is for you to, as a player, it's going to shift your priorities. Sometimes you'll be trying to kill the weakest enemy or maybe a really annoying enemy that your team has trouble dealing with, and you're like, okay, I gotta kill that thing quick. But then the lock system will show you like, okay, but this other enemy is going to be doing a really strong attack. You probably need to start working on stopping that attack right now, or decide that it's not worth stopping and kill the guy that you're currently going for. So the goal for that is to constantly be kind of like shifting what you're focusing on as a player, making you reevaluate what is important. And then reactions. To be an effective player, you're going to have to learn how to freeze characters or spread fire or poison around when you want to, how to neutralize certain things so you don't accidentally neutralize effects that you want your enemies to have. You do neutralize effects that you want. And then, of course, you're going to have to, like, at some point, you're going to have to bond with symbiotes. You know how to make the song harder. So after the first time, for the other two times, you have to play a different melody that is the Song of Money. Wait. But it's one song, though. You could, like, a lot of songs start off slow, and then they kind of, like, add more into the melody. You could make the first version of the song very simple, and then the next version of the song, if you want to make it harder for them, it needs to be like a faster version, or a version that has like extra notes in the background. There's definitely a term for the way that songs escalate like that. I don't know what it is. I feel like lots of Zelda songs do it. Like when you play the song on the ocarina, Link plays a very simplified version of the melody, and then when the actual song plays, it's like, oh, there's like 3 instruments in there all doing stuff. There's extra notes going on. Okay, so combat is good. Combat good. I want to go into crafting because I feel like crafting is going to be at least kind of easy to just fill out. And actually, Should collecting be part of growing in power? Maybe we should just have a section that's like character growth and put collecting in there. What's the term like for just visual things? Maybe the player wants to 100% the game. Maybe they want to collect like maybe like outfits that have like visual differences, things like that. Okay, yeah, that should be a subset of character growth, I think. You're thinking more like the Song of Time in Majora's Mask. Ooh, I don't remember. That's the song you play to rewind everything before the moon just fucks up the whole world, right? I don't remember how that escalates. I will take your word for it that it does. You seem sure. All right, so let's move away from combat. We gotta find crafting. Okay, so alchemy, cooking, and then crafting is what I had just... that's what I just called smithing, but I don't like that. I don't like that. We're going to change that. Because crafting, I like being the broad term for everything. So there's alchemy. There's cooking. Actually, no. Let's start with cooking. Cooking's the thing to start with. It'll be the first thing the player learns. It's the most relatable thing. And then we'll go in order of how relatable the things will be. Like alchemy, alchemy's not real. People in the real world don't have a touchstone for alchemy, except for fantasy things. There's the inverse of time where you play it backwards and it slows down, and the speeding up of time to skip to the next day. You play them all differently. Damn, I don't remember that. That's so cool. Damn. Zelda has such cool, like, fantasy magic stuff in it. It's so fun. They are the same song, technically. Cool. It's the same thing for the Song of Money that you're making. You play the same song, but you play it differently. Now, you could argue that makes it a different song. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, the notes are going to be the same, but something else about it will be different. Or maybe the, I don't know, like, you could play it at a different tempo. Or you could play each of the notes, but, like, shift it into a different key. Things like that. So that in some way it's the same song, but in some ways it's a new song. It's fun. Ooh. Okay, so we're gonna have cooking. We're gonna have smithing. I also want... rune carving to be a thing. So like if you make a sweet sword, you might also be able to carve runes onto it to tweak certain aspects of that sword. Kind of the way that I want weapons to have perks. Here we go. Well, actually, this is not a great example. So yeah, there we go. This is better. So Destiny has a perk system. These two perks are like the most relevant. You get a weapon, it'll randomly have one perk here, and that will... These things really, really change how this weapon works. This specific perk is called Reconstruction. It slowly refills your magazine, which is really nice. It'll fill it up to double the size. Makes no fucking sense, but it's really cool to put your weapon away and come back to it, especially a powerful weapon, and to just have twice as much ammo ready to go. I believe this is recombination. Recombination is like if you kill or hurt weaker enemies, your next attack on a stronger enemy, it like builds up. The more weak enemies you hurt, the stronger it'll be when you shoot a stronger enemy. And then these perks just kind of tweak the stats down here. And so you get like 2 options. Maybe like this one increases range but lets you reload. This one definitely gives you a bigger magazine. I definitely want stuff like that. And I feel like the way to represent that in a fantasy game is with like magic runes for sure. Will items or runes have durability? I'm kind of thinking no, because this world is going to be complex enough. Runes definitely not. I like the idea of the runes just being like you set those into the weapon, or you find a weapon with those runes, and that determines the identity of the weapon. Well, combined with the kind of weapon it is. So like a claymore is always going to be a big heavy sword that hits really hard and does like slashing damage and piercing damage. But then if it has a certain perk on it, it might, a critical hit might cause flame stacks or something like that. And that would be because of the rune that's on it. So yeah, I want the runes to just be like a permanent thing. Maybe very difficult to remove or change, but still possible to kind of affect. But I don't want them to just like disappear because they get worn out. But weapons, though, I do. So personally, I like the idea of weapons having durability, but I think a lot of people hate that. I think a lot of people hate weapons having durability, and they hate it's called personalization. How would I describe it? I don't know about personalization. It's like, I can't think of a good word for it. But sure, yeah, like it is in some way, it's like the goal is to have each weapon be unique. And a lot of them will be like, those 2 combinations don't work together. But then sometimes you'll get 2 abilities that work really well together, like an ability that's like when you get a crit, you get healed. And when you get a crit, you cause an explosion. And then it's like, oh shit, cool. So I really want to do crit damage with this weapon because it does 2 good things when I cause a crit. Rather than sometimes in Destiny, you'll get a one ability that's like when you get a critical hit, you get this thing. And then another thing that's like when you don't get a critical hit, you get this other bonus. And it's like, well, okay, but now this weapon is kind of just like, it doesn't really have an identity. It gives you a small bonus when you do something and a small bonus when you do something else, instead of 2 bonuses when you do one thing, which is generally what you're looking for. Oh my God. I can't fucking wait to have this system so I can just like make drops happen and then please my stupid dopamine addicted brain with cool combinations that drop. Okay, so smithing is going to be armor and weapons. And then maybe other miscellaneous things, just to be clear. So fine, cooking is food. Food for buffs. Oh shoot, Dirk, one thing I was gonna say is maybe instead of durability, where something breaks, we have durability where like your weapon gets dulled, and if you sharpen it, you'll get bonus damage for a short period of time. So instead of a punishment of like your weapon's broken, you can't use it, the idea will be like your weapon is just like kind of worn a little bit. The default state is like no bonus damage, but if you sharpen it, you can get some bonus damage. And have to figure out some kind of equivalent for like a mace or something. Nobody likes having to remember how much your weapon has until it breaks. Yeah, and if it breaks when you don't want it to, it just fucking sucks. It's a realistic thing to worry about, but it sucks. If you don't sharpen it, it doesn't do that much damage. I think what I want it to be is that if you don't sharpen it, it just does okay damage, right? I want this to feel like a bonus, and I'll have to be careful about that to make sure that it does feel like a bonus rather than a punishment. A lot of things like that just feel like, oh, well, if I don't do it, then it's a punishment because I'm not doing as much damage as I normally would. I don't know. Maybe having sharpening stones be limited. They only last for a short period, so it's kind of annoying to keep doing it, so that you'll only do it during difficult moments where you're like, okay, I need some bonus damage for my next like 4 or 5 hits. And a good point about cloth, about making cloth armor. I don't know if that should be just part of smithing. Maybe that's why I decided to call it just crafting. Because yes, smithing has a very specific view of metal. Ooh, that's annoying. I want the system of smithing to include cloth armor. Shit. I guess you could argue it's still smithing because for certain pieces of cloth armor, you still might be like making like some like light chainmail or something. I kind of reject the idea that if you're like a mage, like you could still wear some very light metal that protects you. So maybe we just don't have cloth armor. We have light armor, but not cloth armor. Because really, what is cloth armor? It's fucking clothing. Actually, that's not true. There's some interesting cloth armor that can stop arrows and stuff. Shit. Okay. All right. We're gonna just put cloth armor. We're gonna solve that soon. We're gonna solve it soon. Shit. On-hand crafting, like survivalist crafting. Yeah, I think to a certain extent. I want that to be quite limited. I want the idea to be that you need to like make camp to have access to like your meager tools. It is a little bit weird in Elden Ring that you could just make a bunch of stuff out in the wilderness. I feel like most of the crafting you should have to like go and sit down at a site of grace and have some like at least a table. Like, how are you making explosive jars with like 4 or 5 different animal parts combined into them, like without sitting down and having like a nice clean table in front of you or something, you know? So I think for the most part, crafting is either going to be like back at the home base to get like the serious stuff done, and then maybe like some light cooking, some light alchemy you could do at like a campsite. You'd have to like make camp, kind of use up some time and some materials in order to do that. So actually, you know what? That is a good point. Let's add camping to exploring. That's definitely important. Also, this guy needs to kind of scoot over. Okay, so all the way back down to crafting. So I need to note that rune carving is for traits or perks on gear. Alchemy is for elixirs and potions. And just to be clear, D&D does a thing I like where elixirs last for a long time, potions last for a short period, and actually elixirs, potions, and poisons will be important. Also engineering for like certain gadgets or traps. Okay. All right. You made the second song a money melody? Nice. You shall record yourself, which is hard to do. If you have a nice microphone, it shouldn't be too hard, but I feel like a lot of people don't have a good microphone. They've got like a headset with a little boom arm. It doesn't, that shit doesn't pick up music great. Oh yeah, Dirk, good point. Transmutation as well. Choop. I want that to be very limited, but it is a cool idea to, if you are very limited in something, to be able to use up some kind of rare ingredient to turn something you have a lot of into something else. Turn a piece of copper into a piece of silver or something. It is nice to have that. Okay, so let me real quick go back through all of these. For crafting. Have alchemy, have cooking. All right, cool. Okay, so I think that's about everything that I want to do as far as crafting goes. And to be clear, I want each one of these to have a little mini game. Like a fun little thing. One of the things that I'm thinking of specifically is I never figured out how this shit worked, but there's a game called Dragon's Crown, and when you would camp between levels, you would like choose food that you wanted to cook, and then shoot, this doesn't have a good enough picture of it. Damn. I guess you can kind of see it. So in the background, there's like 4 cooking zones. There's like 2 different skillets and then like 2 pots. And you would like add items into those things, and then you have to kind of like attend to them. You have to like flip meat. You have to kind of like you have to prevent things from like sticking to the bottom of a skillet by like shaking it around. You have to like stir pots. I want there to be some kind of mini game like that for each of these different crafting activities. And if you want, you can just like press a button and be like, just give me an average result. Fine. And skip the activity. Or if you don't want to do that, you can actually take part in the activity to try and like make a really, really good result, which will be rewarding. You will get rewarded. It will feel like it's worth doing unless you absolutely hate it or don't care about getting the best reward. Is the general idea for all of these. Trading. Yeah, I think that'll be something that goes on at towns, and I kind of want to keep it simple. Like Pokemon, you can just sell stuff. You can sell stuff for money and you can buy stuff for money. And maybe this also kind of counts as trading. Like there might be a quest where someone is like, hey, I need some stuff. Maybe you just run into some guy who's like injured, a random quest that can come up. You run into some guy that's injured out in the wilderness, and he's like, you got a healing potion? And you can say yes and then choose which healing potion to give him. And maybe you don't want to give him the smallest healing potion. Maybe you give him like the second smallest, and he's like, cool, great, that was just enough. But if you give him the smallest one, he'll be like, damn, okay, yeah, thank you, that's better than nothing, but I'm still kind of fucked up. And maybe if you try to give him the biggest potion you have, he'll be like, oh, this is too much. This is going to be a waste. Are you sure you want me to use this? Okay. So yeah, I think a very limited trading system makes sense. So maybe that should be in social stuff. Not really sure though. Okay, so is there anything that I specifically want to note about quests? Because again, the goal is to be having things that the player will interact with. So of course the player is going to interact with quests. Quests are going to be how you know what's going on in the world. They're going to be even like repeatable end game activities will have like a quest associated with them that just gives you information like this activity refreshes once a day. You haven't completed it, or you have completed it, and like here's your score. You could get more rewards if you got a higher score, things like that. So like everything will have some kind of quest that tells you how to engage with it if you are at the point where you can in fact engage with it. Aside from like secret things, right? Like there's not going to be a quest that's like, hey, there's a secret thing in the forest where you could find a legendary Pokemon. Unless you talk to somebody and somebody's like, hey, maybe people have been seeing a legendary Pokemon in the forest. Maybe you should go check it out. I don't know. So yeah, Dirk, I do want some of them to be repetitive. Some of the quests will be like a repeatable thing that refreshes. But yeah, most of them will be non-repetitive. And then the idea is that they ground you in the world. So I don't think there's anything more about them that I need to explain specifically. I don't think. But character growth, definitely. We need to outline all of the ways that the character can grow. So, like, definitely you can level up. And you would level up just from experience. Gained by... let's say gained from all activities. You could level up if you cook a bunch of stuff. Why not? But you'll primarily combat. Can we fit that? Nope. I will just keep extending you while I'm gathering my thoughts. Text box. So how else can the character grow? They can improve their equipment. So I guess we'll keep writing it in this format. So that's going to be like armor, weapons, spells / abilities. What else would you have as far as equipment goes? That might be all of the things that are equipped to you. Also, we're going to go back up here. Separate from leveling up, I guess we'll say, like, you'll have a talent tree. Maybe something fucking, what is it? What is it? Path of Exile? Path of Exile is well known for its insane talent tree. Graveyard Keeper, Tavern Keeper, and Fighting Club creates a thing where there's more than one type of experience. As far as for quests? Okay, that is making me think maybe I do need to outline kinds of quests that might happen. Maybe not though, but maybe. Shit. So this crazy shit is the talent tree for Path of Exile. Like, you start in one spot based on your character, and you move from like node to node, unlocking things, and then you get all sorts of little forks and junctions where you get to choose to go one way or another, or both ways if you want, but then you don't get to go as far in any one direction since you only get a limited number of points as you're leveling up. And the cool thing is the whole tree is connected. Everybody just starts at a different part of the same tree. This is interesting. It's incredibly complicated. There's also... Thanks, Google. You know I'm searching up talent trees. World of Warcraft has talent trees. Ooh, these look different than when I last looked at them. Where you essentially just like, you have to choose the thing above to get to the thing below it. And so then you're kind of being... The more choices you make, the more you are choosing between being a jack of all trades or a master of one thing rather than a master of no things. And that was really fun in World of Warcraft. So something like that is definitely important. And I want it to be something that you can redo. I don't know if that's worth noting though. So yeah, you know what? Let's leave these simple. You can level up. You can maybe expand, fill in the talent tree. That sounds weird. We'll just leave the words talent tree. Green, blue, and red for different things. What, Durg? What? You mean in the Path of Exile talent tree? Ooh, temporary buffs. Good point. Good point. Okay. So let's do temp buffs. We know for sure cooking is one of them. You can get temp buffs from cooking or alchemy, so like an elixir or eating a certain meal might buff you. Got any other permanent things? You have your character's level. They'll have a talent tree. I guess, like this will make you stronger. So not only is the symbiote that is bonded with you important, but so is improving the bond. So maybe we'll just put... And so that is definitely a way that you could grow. You can get new symbiotes. And they not only listen to you in combat, but the two that your character is directly bonded with will influence your stats. So like if you are bonded with two fast symbiotes, you'll get a little bump to your speed. Hey. Then also improving the bond. So not only does getting a new symbiote, not only will that change your stats, but also bonding closer with them will improve your stats. You can also get temporary buffs from cooking. Yeah, so Durg, Nexus upgrades. Improving equipment is part of crafting. Well, so the way I was seeing it is like improving your equipment might mean like getting a new sword. And you could get a new sword from crafting. You could get a new sword from exploring and finding one. You could get a new sword from solving a puzzle. You could get a new sword from beating a boss at a temple. Lots of different ways to improve your equipment. It's very vague intentionally. Okay, so Nexus upgrades. I kind of feel like upgrading your home base should kind of just... like, it should give you more access to things and access to better things. So maybe, like, that's how you get the ability to create the strongest healing potion. Is you start off not being able to create any potions. Then you learn about alchemy, and you can make some weak potions. Then maybe you find an alchemist and convince them to come back and work at the school and help the cause. And now they can teach you to make slightly better potions. And then separate from that, if you like help them upgrade their equipment, maybe so like maybe I'm just gonna write this down. So like maybe there's like a small healing potion and it heals like 4 to 6 or something. With better equipment, you might be able to turn that small healing potion into something that always heals 6, right? So there's going to be some kind of small bonus for those upgrades. And I don't know, like, I guess that does count as character growth. You're not literally like making your stats higher, but you are getting access to more stuff. But I don't know if that's worth noting here. because then essentially we'd have to put like not only Nexus upgrades, the idea that we're going to be getting better access to like crafting things we couldn't craft before, better versions of things we couldn't craft before. But then also we'd have to add like oh my god, brain's blanking. Like quests. Like doing a quest or completing a dungeon. Those things might teach you or give you access to like a new character that goes back to your Nexus. And so in that way that is, you know what, that still just is like a Nexus upgrade. Okay. And I think we should also note that just crafting in general is a way to improve your character. Aside from getting better equipment and stuff, improving your crafting, learning new recipes and things, that is a way to... Oh, I guess it just indirectly buffs these things, though. Dang. Yeah, Dirk, it's hard. I am well aware that I'm kind of trying to fit like a circular peg into a square hole. Like this isn't going to work exactly like I want. It's not a clean, simple thing that I'm doing here. Okay, so you know what? Yeah, we'll just not have crafting. Because crafting will be how you get other things. And so, okay, I guess something you could note are... The reason I was thinking crafting is because crafting could teach you to make better potions. And having better potions and better elixirs and things, that's definitely going to make you stronger. But all of that still just kind of leans into temporary buffs. Or if you get a better crafting recipe for like a new sword, that's improving your equipment. So, okay. Yeah, I think this is good. Cosmetic is the... Oh my god. Wow. My brain finally remembered. The things you can collect. Things you can collect that are important to the game, you might consider 100%ing. Like, I'm going to get all the characters to join me that I can. But then also, you could collect just like outfits and stuff. But yeah, Dirk, for sure we shouldn't add every single thing into the character growth section. But I don't know, it's a fine line. Cuz so essentially what I want to map out is going to be like the player's flow through the game, right? Like over here I'd kind of already started it, that like the story begins somewhere and then the player goes through the tutorial, and then what, right? Then the player is going to be, they're going to be given some quests, and then it's kind of up to the player, right? They could go explore, they could go explore and just look around. They could try to complete quests. They could focus on crafting. But then to progress the story forward, they're going to have to complete some kind of quest. And then they'll also be leveling up in between those things. Check the game dev channel. There's a scheme. Cannot drop imgers, very limited in apps. What the fuck? All right. Okay. I'll go look at the game dev channel. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, here, yeah, let me... So people can see what we're talking about. Let me copy that link. Dirk just made a cute little picture. Okay. So that is kind of what we're going for. And I think that's going to be separate from this. Like, I want to have like the gameplay loops lined up, explained. But then I also want to have like a flow chart of how the player moves through the world. Okay, hold on. Let's put you over here. And then, okay, I still need to deal with you. Some little background lore snippets that I haven't finished copying over. We're gonna need more room. And okay. So I think the simplest gameplay loops are gonna be like crafting is going to just be this like simple system where you get resources from everything else. It's possible, and let me just make sure. You could get a resource from social things, either from your symbiotes having downtime and they find some items for you. Maybe you improve your home base and somebody offers you a reward for like building the blacksmith furnace they always wanted. Or you build a place to store things and they're like, oh, okay, great. Yeah, now we can store like more food. Here, you can have some food. Have some of the food that we now have extras of because we can store more food. Talking to someone, they might just have something they could give you. You could trade to get the item that you want or need for crafting. Okay, so not character growth. I guess crafting itself, the actual gameplay loop, doesn't really interact with character growth. Ooh, it does affect it. Yeah, conceptualizing how to present this. Crafting is simple. Input, requirements, output. Sure. But I do want to kind of note where things come from, you know? So, yeah, actually, shoot. So maybe what I was thinking of doing isn't really worth doing. Because what I was thinking is that you would write, like, I don't know. Let's just do the example with the thing that I think is the most clear. So let's say you have crafting. Let's make you a little bit bigger. And make that smaller. Okay, so then like what is the crafting loop, right? You're going to, in the simplest terms, you're going to get resources and then you're going to use those resources at a crafting area. Most likely, not necessarily. And then you'll get items out of it, right? Now, boop. Boop. Oh, I need like an actual box. Hold on. How is outline not just like here? Link to info, lock, bring to front, bring forward, bring backward, send to back. Copy to create frame? Oh, I don't like that. Can I make you like better looking styles? Just thicker, man. Not all this crazy color stuff. Just be a little bit thicker. Shit. Fist Iron Fist Ivan at left? What, Derg? Fist icon. Fist icon at the left. Okay, now I have to anticipate that there is a stream delay. First icon. It's the first, not fist. Oh my god, I miss. Oof. Oof. Thank you for correcting the one part that was wrong, but I also, that was hopeless for me. I misread the thing you said that was correct. Switch type. Cool. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I got you, Derek. I got you.
Hello there.
Ooh, Silent Boy's back. Crazy Pants is here. Welcome back, Silent Boy. Hello, Crazy Pants. Cool. Okay. This is a very nice way to do this. Great. I knew it had to be in here. Okay, so now the thing that makes this complicated, like this is kind of useless, right? Like obviously this is how you craft, but the idea is that like where do you get the resources from? Right? And what do you do with those items after? And then if I keep going with this, we're going to bring in other types of gameplay. So I guess I can like let's make another one. Let's go with exploring. We'll start at the top. Yeah, how to represent this one, because this exploring isn't necessarily a line. Crafting is a line, not a loop. And it will only become a loop once we get into more and more of the game. Shit. Okay. Okay. I think maybe we can do this. Silent Boy, you're proud of the 2 Songs of Money. Wait, you didn't make 3? I thought you were making 3. Either way. Either way. Glad you're making work you're proud of. Okay, you are. You're just not done with the 3rd. All right. Create the other and then you intersect them. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, each gameplay loop should be its own frame, maybe. Ooh. This big boy is a frame. Can we draw arrows between frames? Will they... I understand you're an enormous frame, but can I... we can, sure. It won't have a nice, like, lock on it. Okay. Yeah, we could make the frame small. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. So I think we'll still have this flowchart potentially over here, but we'll go ahead and switch gears. So actually, for now, we're gonna bring you. Oh, I could probably move you together. I bet there's a nice way to move it together. Okay, we're gonna bring you down there, and then can you just not be on a frame? Great. Okay. Okay, and then I need a new frame. Are you no, you're a template. Shit. Okay, you know what? What if I just... Oh, it copies everything. I just need a new frame, bro. Okay, I feel like it would be in here. Just frame, thank you. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so how do I want to structure this? Maybe I just have one frame that just says gameplay loops on it. And then... make you kind of big, make you bold. Kind of put you like right there. Okay. So, ooh, how to start this? So we want to be zoomed in quite a bit. And then, can I just draw? Yeah, great. Okay, I don't have to actually choose a frame type. It'll just default me to something. So then the idea would be like, we're going to have crafting and, you know, let's make crafting bold. I hate underlining, but since you're like the head honcho title, you can be bolded and underlined. Okay, so then... Question is how to present the lines. Ah! Oh, it'll just make a frame for you instead of drawing one. That's interesting. Okay. So, what the fuck? What do you do when you're exploring? Oh, that's too small. Let's make you one bigger? Or do we just zoom in more? No, yeah, okay, yeah. We'll make you a little bit smaller. That will be the setup. So you're like 64. These headings are 36. Ooh, and then actually, you know what? Let's copy and paste this. We'll have a text box that we can just change. Yeah. So, oh, no. Really does not want me to highlight that last letter. Shit, if you delete everything out of the text box, it goes away. Okay. Inventory actually is an interface loop. Oh, that's weird to think about. Yeah, I don't know if we need to... I don't know if we need to get into that part of it, right? Like, we can just say that you equip items or something. We don't have to say that you go into the inventory. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see how this is going to work. Okay, so we're looking at these things. So we have exploring... And then puzzles. Now, really, puzzles are included in every part of exploring. So, yeah, I guess actually... And really, it's like for me, that's the most important thing. Like, it is fun in Pokemon to walk down a little side part of a forest to find like a Pokeball or something, an item on the ground, maybe an antidote in the Viridian Forest. But I find exploring so much more rewarding when there's like a cool little puzzle that I can find in the corner that I might have otherwise skipped, and then the puzzle's fun to try and figure out. Puzzles is actually us even in battle, my man. Yeah, that's a good point. What is combat except a kind of puzzle? But I feel like combat is a kind of puzzle that gets its own name, and then exploring will have puzzles in the way that people think of a puzzle. Like, here are these 3 rocks. They slide along the ice. Try to push them so that you can get them to block a certain spot, so that then you can run into them, well, because you slide on the ice too, and now you can proceed. Or there's some weird colored rocks in the corner. How do we... maybe if you do something here, there's a little pedestal, maybe like a treasure chest will appear on the pedestal. Oh, if you put the rocks in a position that matches like a mural you saw somewhere else, then like, hey, cool, you'll get a treasure chest will appear. Interaction puzzles, continuity puzzles. Sure, yeah. Like all kinds of puzzles you would see out in the world. Some of them, the puzzles inside of like dungeons and temples, you're going to have to solve. The puzzles that are like on a route while you're exploring, some you'll have to solve. Some will just be there to like kind of confuse you. And then maybe as you play through the game and see more stuff, you'll realize how a puzzle worked. Or maybe you would realize there's actually a puzzle there. You might have walked past something and been like, oh, that's a weird looking spot. And then later on, you have to do something as part of a temple where you realize like, oh shoot, that thing I thought was weird looking was actually like an electricity conduction puzzle, like out in the world going on. Shit, so exploring is going to be hard to nail down. But real quick, I want to get a card frame for crafting. Nope, we have one for crafting. For combat. Ooh, and then maybe character growth. And then maybe social stuff. I feel like these things might grow to be very large, but we can always just expand them. Okay. So we'll have combat. We will also have... Oh, you got rid of my bolding. Interesting. Character growth. And social stuff, which I might need to make these more specific. Not really sure. So... Okay, so what's the fucking idea? You start the game, right? Ooh, yeah, Derek, puzzles as a way to teach the elemental interactions. Or not just teach them, but reinforce them. Since a player can learn them by just fucking around in combat. But if they hadn't seen them yet, they could certainly learn them from a puzzle. And we can use puzzles to very clearly force the player to understand certain aspects of an elemental interaction system. So, like, one example I could think of is if you wanted to teach the player how you can spread fire by getting an enemy on fire, then spreading it with wind. You might have like a torch and they need to spread fire to some other torches, but those torches go out really fast. So the player needs to be in just the right spot to spread the fire that's in the middle torch so that it'll hit every other torch at just the right time. And they'll all be lit at the right time. And then that's how you solve the puzzle. Something like that. That's definitely what I plan on having a lot of the puzzles being. Little like tests of your knowledge. Like, I know this thing works this way and I need to do this and do that. How can I use the thing that I know works this way to do this thing but also do that thing? But yeah, so okay, so sure, yeah, we'll do exploration. I'm not sure though. Like, essentially you have to start the game somewhere, but I guess the idea is just that we pretend we're already in the middle of the game, or that we've just started it, I suppose. And so then I guess, like, for exploring, you're gonna just like walk. You're gonna like move. And then you're gonna like reading clues, but I get like you're gonna just like look at the area. There might be clues, there might just be maybe we'll call it like scan the area. Like, you might just be looking shoot, do I still have the map open? Oh, it doesn't have caves. Well, okay, still, I don't know. You can still just kind of get the idea from this. You might just be looking for where to go, right? Like maybe now that you have surf, you come back to Pallet Town and you're just like looking at the map with a new perspective that like, oh, I need to find water. And then you find some water and you're like, oh, can I surf down here? And then like, yes, you can. And there's a whole freaking thing down here. That's where the next gym leader is, bro. But you didn't know that because it's your first time. Face the unknown. Sure. Okay, so, but yeah, let's get back to just very specifically, like, your character is going to move to a new area. You like find new. All right, we'll just go with like move character. So you're gonna move your character, then you're gonna scan the area, then then you might just move your character again, right? So this is going to be weird because... Ooh, can I make a multi... Shoot. Okay, so first of all, you need to be smaller. You're too big. And then you... I need to, like, bend you... Oh, I want you to be circular. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Give me a nice curve, bruh. Okay, sure. And then you also need to be smaller. Resource draining, interact with creatures or objects. Yeah, those are all things. This might be too complicated to set up this way and not really be worth doing it. So what I was thinking is that you might just loop this over and over, right? Until you find something interesting. You are going to... Oh my god, this looks not great. You're going to just be moving your character and scanning the area over and over until you find something cool, right? Yesterday you were listening to podcasts and got an ad for Miro. Hell yeah. Miro's been pretty sweet. What you can do for free is limited, but it doesn't constantly bug me about the fact that I'm using it for free. You were just offering me a thing. For sure, for sure. Okay, so let me make this like a little tight box. A little tiny, like we're going to start on the left. You're just going, oh my god. Wow, that looks crazy. Okay, can I just change you back to being a straight line? No, you're going to be, okay. Okay, you know what? Yeah, no, that's my fault. We're just going to redo these. Okay. And then we're going to change you to that little curve. And same thing, we're going to do one down here, but we go from scan area back to moving your character. Okay, so you're just doing this until you find something interesting. And then if you've found something interesting, then you're going to kind of jump off of that. And what? So many different things. Literally the whole game. You might... I mean, I guess I should list them all, right? Okay, so... you might find a puzzle. We'll put, like, found. It'd be find. Find works. Okay, you might find a puzzle. You might... Shit, these are all bold. Don't be bold. Also be a font size smaller. You might get into combat. You might enter a dungeon. You might find an item. I am the CEO. I am the CEO, lead game designer, and programmer. It's brutal. It's too many things. I need help. Okay, you might find an item. You might get what? We'll say start combat. You might start combat. You might find a puzzle. You might find an item. What else might you do? God, you might find a new area to explore. Ooh, and I guess shoot. Okay, so maybe this is helpful in a small way. Something that's missing from exploring is material gathering. You might item might include like materials. So maybe find item or materials. Materials are an item in a literal sense, but you know. You might face the night. Yeah, I do definitely want a day-night cycle so that like creatures go to bed, other creatures come out. That was a very fun thing playing Pokemon Gold and Silver. Having the day just change on you. You're just like walking around and then all of a sudden like, oh, it's like nighttime. The lights are on in all the buildings. Cool. Oh, there's just a bunch of hoot-hoots everywhere. Damn it. It's still interesting. I want it to be more interesting than Pokemon, but it was a cool idea when I first encountered it. Okay. So yeah, I want to know what way each activity affects each other activity, but I don't know if these loops are worth outlining. Because they're so complicated, and essentially it's like everything interacts with everything else. If you're exploring, you could end up in combat. You could find items for crafting. You could find a new quest. You could further a quest. You could find something that would lead to your character's growth. Okay. So, yeah, maybe this is not worth doing. Not everything. Yeah, sure. You wouldn't. But all of the major headings, essentially. I can create a general game loop intersection. Okay, yeah, that's actually an interesting idea. So, okay. Yeah, good idea. Okay, so I'm gonna start over. At least we're gonna delete those. So figuring out how each of these interacts is probably valuable. Like, oh, but how do I represent this? So like, essentially what I should be looking at first is like, how do exploring and crafting come together? And then talk about all of those things. What? Like, I could just have a card that is exploring to crafting. Or we have exploring and then we have a frame in between them. Shit. We have a frame in between exploring and crafting. God, would that be hard to... I'd have to, like, spread things out. Because we'd need... Essentially, each one of them needs to interact with each other one. So, yeah. So, like, exploring and crafting would need to interact, but then exploring and combat would need to interact. Shit. Okay. How about for each one, I'm just gonna like make a heading. Exploring provides materials and crafting creates new tools to gather materials. Yeah. I can't think of how to visually represent that for all of these things without them getting like just messy. So, oof, okay. One thing I can do is just start like this. So we'll make you slightly smaller. Actually, no, here's what we'll do. We'll put a plus. So the idea is like exploring plus crafting. How does exploring feed into crafting? Is it worth doing at all? It'll be valuable to build things gradually as I code them. Yeah, that is a good point. So, okay, let me do it for exploring and see how valuable this is from an insight point of view. Oh, creating a wiki in Obsidian. Yeah, I looked into Obsidian and it seems like so much work to make a wiki. I just want a website that makes me a wiki. Well, okay, not a website. I want a program to make me like a local Wikipedia. And I've seen a few different ones, but I don't know. It's such a fucking mental load to learn a new system. So, how is crafting affected by exploring? We don't want bold. So, you could find items. That's one way. So please be bigger. And let's go with, you can find items on ground. You can find items from... Nope. You can find items on the ground, from puzzles, from enemies. You can find materials from plants, or veins. What other kinds of natural materials might you harvest that aren't just on the ground? God, that might be it. Ooh, also like non-combat and creatures. Like you might grab like bug larva or something. Okay. Yeah, you could find... You might find equipment to deconstruct. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I feel like these are going to be things that I will just naturally come to the conclusion of as I'm coding the game. Yeah, it's kind of feeling like these aren't worth doing for sure. I think maybe doing them all, I would realize like one or two things about how I want this to be set up that might help me when I'm coding, but I don't know. This all just seems like these will be things that I realize as I'm like building the world. Now we know it's totally not worth doing. Yeah. Feels bad. Feels bad. I think I'm going to destroy all these, though. Hold on. Can I just control-click you and delete? Whoa. Nope. Okay. Okay, but what I do want is to kind of outline... I think I'm just going to come back over here to this. And I kind of want to outline, like... the, like... I don't know, like the expected gameplay loop journey of the player. Right? Oh, shift, select, delete would have gotten it. All right. All right. So... I want to think about, like, how do I think the player is going to move through the game? And maybe we'll go from left to right. Rather than up and down. And you know what? Maybe this should be its own frame. Yeah, so hold on. You're way too long. Okay. And then we'll just make a new frame over here. And we're going to bring you. We're going to bring you. I'm going to bring you. Okay, I'll resize this later. All right. Onboarding experience. Yeah, that's essentially where we're at, right? So from the perspective of like the player just started a new game, they're going to start by I guess the story begins. Really, the player arrives or like wakes in a new world. You, the player, are yourself, but you're on like a fun magical journey into a weird place where for some reason you will be an important shaker and mover. You will cause important things to happen or not happen. You are the right person in the wrong place at the right time or the wrong time, depending on how you view it. Okay, so the player's going to wake up in the new world. Then the player can explore briefly before finding the school, which is the home base. We're going to use like codes for things, I guess. I'll put things in all caps, right? So the idea is that the player is going to stumble upon a school being rebuilt by some people who have just arrived in that area after a long journey. The school was abandoned for reasons. The people are rebuilding it for good-natured reasons. And this provides the player a kind of like touchstone for like what's going on. So yeah, Dirk, I don't know if I don't think I want to handle I feel like at this point the player knows how to move. Like maybe they wake up on a beach and they can start messing around with controls. They can pause the game, they could save the game, they could go into their menu if they want to. But all they really have to do is walk around a little bit until they either they find a character that's like, oh shit, are you okay? Whatever. They either find they find a character that says, are you okay? You should come back to the school. Like, we're setting things up. We have food. Do you need food? Are you all right? Where the hell did you come from? Or they just walk over to the school. Something like that. And then we hit the tutorial, which I don't know. Can I? Something like that. Sure. So then you hit the tutorial. Ooh, how do I want to fucking structure this? Yeah, this could be okay. We're gonna have some wasted space, but whatever. And so then this will take up a decent chunk of time, right? Like these first two parts of the flowchart take moments, but then the player gets to essentially the tutorial, the onboarding experience, and that is going to be like slow. And I guess it would make sense to break this into multiple things. So then actually, yeah, let's undo that. This is going to be my template. Okay, so then like what happens first? So like player experience is a cutscene, right? It's going to just be like a cutscene where a few members of the restoration, we have the few members of the new school are introduced. And then what? So you learn just a little bit about them, and then I want to keep things moving, right? So then the player is going to get sent out to collect ingredients. For dinner. Cutscenes always scared you? So you're gonna get sent out to collect ingredients with help. With the help of, let's say, some rugged individuals. So some members of the school restoration group can handle themselves in combat, and you're gonna be sent out, but it'll be like, don't worry, you'll have help. Shoot, I also forgot something at the very beginning. So at the very beginning, you're going to wake up in a new world with a new companion. Everyone is going to have a specific symbiote that bonds with the player that kind of like saves their life. Okay, so yeah, player wakes in a new world on the beach with a new companion who rescued the player from drowning. Is the implication. You don't really know, but it seems like he saved you. And he knows. He or she, whatever this creature is, it knows it's got to hang out with you. You're hopeless without him. We can just make the arrow much smaller. That's probably a good idea. They have little to no reusability or an emergent value. Yeah, that's a good point. It's hard. I feel like it's hard because something that I really want to do, I really like when games have conversations that the player doesn't have to take part in or listen to, but if they're interested in the world, they can. Like, I love the idea of like two characters like making dinner and talking about some of the other characters. And if the player wants, they can hang around and listen to it. Or if not, they can be like, whatever, I'm going to go like walk over here and collect some ingredients or mess with my gear or something. But cutscenes are important because you force attention, right? You force the player to not be able to do anything else, which is a little bit frustrating for a game because the player should be in control as often as possible. But right now at the very beginning, shoot, can I lock you and then drag you? Great. At the very beginning, I feel like it's like I've got to take control, right? I've got to force you to at least learn who these people are, which is why I'll try to be very, very brief about it. But yeah, Dirk, I view those kinds of conversations where the player can engage in them or not as like feeling like the world's alive. Especially if you like go to a new village, you can hear people talking about things. They might say hi to you. You could just say hi back. You could say hi and then be like, hey, I'm like looking for somebody. That is one of my favorite things about Morrowind when I first played it as a kid. Like going to a new town and being told like, okay, you're trying to find this guy. Here's some information about him. Ask a guard if you need help. And then you can do that. You can ask a guard and they'll like say hello and you can be like, hey, I'm looking for this guy. And like maybe they'll have information or maybe they won't. And if you talk to other people, some people fucking hate that guy and they'll let you know they hate that guy. It's really cool to have. Actually, yeah, let me show this. Let me see if I can find it. Cool. Yeah, here we go. Actually, that's a better picture. Damn, I need to install for Firefox. It used to be with search results, you could go straight to the image. Oh, actually, is that what that does? No, that is a Google Lens thing. Okay. All right. So for Chrome, I have an extension that still lets me jump straight to the image. They got sued by like Getty Images or something. And so they took that result out. They took the ability of you to just jump straight to an image. So anyway, you have all these options that you can ask people about on the side. Oh, this is for crafting. Okay. So instead of, actually, I guess you're asking this person about potions or ingredients. Okay, cool. So yes, great. This is a conversation thing. So you can ask people about like so many fucking things. Sometimes things that they don't know about. You can ask somebody like, "Hey, do you know where this guy is?" And they'll be like, "I have no idea who that is." It's very cool. A lot of it is just for like to move through the game in a very like simple way. Like, I need to find this guy. Let me ask where this guy is. But there is one quest where you're doing like a murder investigation, and it's fucking cool to talk to everybody about all the things and to try and figure out who's fucking lying to you when you collect all the information. I kind of think they should have done more of that with the conversation system, but it's very cool. And it's only achievable because it's not all voice acted. It's like impossible to have every voice actor answer like 1,000 questions, and then not only that, but to have every single character voice acted to answer like 1,000 questions. So at the very least, or at the very most, my game will have voice acting that's like a non-annoying version of Banjo-Kazooie, kind of like Celeste, where the characters are just like burp, 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 burp. That kind of thing. So that I can have large amounts of text happening, and players can either stand and listen to things or not if they don't want to. And that's like something I want to be going on with this too. Like when the player gets sent out to collect ingredients, they'll be accompanied by some people who aren't good at combat and they're just collecting ingredients. But they'll also be accompanied by like warriors, guards, and they'll all be just like chit-chatting about things, maybe even asking you questions. But I want the player can listen to or take part in conversations if they wish. And so a lot of this will just be kind of like extra info. That you don't actually need, but you can like learn about the characters and who they are. Maybe skills that the characters have, like maybe two of the guards will talk about like some funny time, something that happened recently that like so-and-so like accidentally like froze themselves to the ground or something. Things that will imply information about how the combat system works. Or just some nice motherly lady that's like, oh, thank you for coming out to collect resources with us. And you can say you're welcome to her if you want, or not, or you just ignore and keep collecting resources, and it's fine. She doesn't care, but you can engage if you want. Okay, so I think, actually, maybe we could note it here. So the ingredients collecting, I want to be a mini game, and I think I'm gonna open up Paint to kind of show what I envision. Where are you at, Paint? Actually, oh yeah, no, we do have a Paint window. Hide Firefox? Hide Firefox, thank you. Okay, so let's say you're out in the world and you come across like, I don't know, some plant, right? It's got some flowers. Eat, boop. Up. Nope. Damn it. Okay, I didn't close it. All right. Fine. That should be good enough. Okay. So you'll see the plant on the overworld, right? It'll be small. It'll be like a little tiny thing, like a Pokemon-sized plant. But then when you go to click on it to like loot it, you'll have like a big zoomed-in version of it. And actually, yeah, let me just, who cares? We'll just have the whole plant in here. And then in the bottom corner of this little like zoomed-in screen, you'll have a few different options for like tools that you can use. We'll go with like 4. So initially you'll probably only have like 2 choices, right? Like 2 different So sure, we'll just do 2. 2 different tools you might use, and you would press like left on the D-pad to use this tool, right on the D-pad to use that tool. And then once you select a tool, then you'll have like a highlighted zone here that's like, okay, I'm on this flower, and you can click like right on the joystick to change which flower you're selecting. And it'll obviously, each different plant will have something different you're selecting, like flowers, stalks, the important pieces of it that you would want to harvest. And so then like you highlight one of them, and then you'll kind of have multiple options for how to cut it. So once you select this, so you've selected your tool, then you've selected the flower that you want, and then you'll get like options for like the direction of the cut you want to make. So then you might get like 3 little things that appear. That's like, do you cut it like that? Do you like, as in from bottom right, do you go like up left? Or do you cut it directly to the left? Or do you maybe like this one would be like slow? Do you slowly cut it from right to left? And it would just be like press one button to do this, press another button to do that, press another button to do this. Like this would be Y, this would be X, this would be A, and then you could press B to just back out and cancel. So then the idea is that you, the player, you can get high quality results. You can get like a really good quality flower in this case, if you know that like, oh, the right way to cut this flower is to do this thing. I need to use this tool and I need to cut it this way. And then so maybe the idea is like it's supposed to be you need to cut it perpendicular. So then if you went to do this one, you would have similar options, but maybe the flower is actually like let's see. Let me zoom in. So maybe if the flower is leaning like this, right, then you're going to want the cut to be shaped like that. So you're just going to be like, it's going to be eventually something you can just blast through. Like, okay, choose this one, choose that tool, press that button. Okay, get the next one, choose that tool, choose that button. Okay. Basically, it's a skill or knowledge. Yeah. And there will always be just a like press Y to just like auto do it, and you'll get like okay quality ingredients. But if you go through the trouble of doing it exactly right, you will get more ingredient from it. So then once you build up the knowledge, you will know how to move through it quickly. You'll also be able to and this is important here, so I need to note all these things. You'll be able to look into your tome. You are a scribe. Scribes have a magic tome that gets filled out magically with absolutely true information. And so when they finally cut a plant correctly, they will get information in the tome that's like, okay, that's how you cut them. Ooh, get Nightshade at nighttime for twice the output. That's fucking fun. I'm putting that in the fun idea zone. That is the kind of like it's not real, it doesn't make sense actually, but it's like kind of just a fun little play on the idea of Nightshade. I want those kinds of things everywhere in my game because they're fun. Also, maybe buying missing information with experience. So yeah, that is one thing that I want. I have a list over here of like the kinds of characters that are going to be in the game. I want to have a group of people that can like see into the future or into your future specifically, and they can like give you information that you could have picked up but that you missed. So there'll be a way for you to figure out like, what do I do if you absolutely can't figure out from your quests like what you should be doing. You can ask them for certain kinds of information. They're basically like fortune tellers, but they're not a scam like they are in real life. They're capable of actually helping you. So you could ask them for information about ingredients, and they would be like, well, you actually should have figured out this thing, and then that will fill it into your codex. You mean codex info? Yeah. I'm just saying that there is a this is a way to get that missing info, a mechanism by which you can get that missing info. And I'm not sure if the cost would be experience. I feel like you would just pay them cash. You would just pay them some money. So then that way, if you had encountered these flowers, but you had just auto harvested them, you could get the right answer to how to harvest them. Something like, I haven't triggered a thing, but I can tell a thing probably will be there with your experience. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. So not having like a fortune teller you go ask, like you almost like an intuition point you'd be spending to give yourself a clue. Ooh. Okay, that's a cool idea too. I feel like it would be separate from the experience point system of leveling up. But that's a really cool idea to get intuition, like little like clue points you could spend so that you could learn how to do certain activities better. So like maybe if you get experience by actually cutting the plant, by cutting one plant, you might be able to look at a new plant and use some like clue points, some intuition to figure out like, oh, it's probably one of these. I probably shouldn't use this tool. I probably should use this tool. Or I probably shouldn't cut it like this. I should probably cut it like that. That's a really fun idea, Dirk. That's cool. And that's something I think we could work in. That's very cool. Okay, so now that I've outlined the minigame for gathering ingredients, I think I need to teach that to the player here. So I think first the player collects items with the party, maybe just like some things that have fallen on the ground, right? Like you don't need special skills to pick up an apple off the ground. But then the player is taught how to collect resources. Actually, we'll say a resource from a plant. Oh my god, this looks terrible. Could we come this way? And then why don't you want to be straight? Why do you like let me pull you down, bro? Why are you being weird about this? You don't want me to pull you down. Could I go up? No, you will only let me expand you. That's a weird move. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. I guess, yeah, I can't actually expand it down. All I can do is make it take up more space by typing more lines. Okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, if I pull a corner, it just makes the font larger. It magnifies everything. I don't know why I haven't gotten used to the fact that I can't just like make more space in the text box. I have to actually... Oh my god, I can't make the arrow perfectly straight. That's brutal. Okay, So the player collects items with the party, and then the player is taught how to collect a resource from a plant. Let's do plant in all caps since that's a fucking special thing. So then the player will get a tutorial about that little mini game that I just explained. Fucking text indeed. It's okay. It doesn't, I don't even actually need it to do what I wanted it to do. It's just like that felt comfortable and right to me right there. Okay. These first, the tutorial section is going to be like brutally slow, but then we're going to get to a point where like obviously at the beginning of a game, you're constantly doing new things. Then you do fewer and fewer new things, but maybe they increase in scale. Like, oh, you've already learned cooking. Now it's time to learn alchemy. It's a similar idea, but slightly tweaked like this. Okay, you know alchemy and cooking. Time to learn smithing. Time to learn rune working. And then now you'll just spend the rest of the game not learning anything new. Once you've learned all those things, you're just going to keep moving through the game, go to gyms, explore dungeons, get quests, get stronger, but nothing really specific to do. So yeah, this is going to be very slow at first, and then we'll hopefully get faster. I should postpone some mechanics till mid-game. Yeah, definitely. Mid-game and even like some mechanics might be taught at end game. Maybe some like the special rules for the special activities. But yeah, initially, this is all I planned for the tutorial. You're going to learn these things, and then you're going to be able to like go explore a dungeon, go explore a temple. I guess a temple is a kind of dungeon. You'll be able to go explore a few routes, find a dungeon, find a new town with a gym to train at. You'll have a few quests that will kind of give you some ideas as to like what you can do based on your current level, so that if you're not just dying to explore, if you're like, I need to be told what to do, you can just look at the quests and be like, so-and-so thinks you should go explore this shrine. So-and-so warns you about trying to go into the dungeon just yet. Maybe you should get a good set of armor. He suggests that you bring him some copper ore and he'll make you a set of armor. You think downtime will be feasible when you have troops to assign? Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like there's going to be a certain point at which you come back to the your home base, the school that's being rebuilt, and somebody's going to be like, "Hey, dude, guess what? Here's an idea I had, and here's how it could work. You can send out some of your unused party members to collect some resources, or it's something like that, where you're not like the moment you have one extra character, but like after you have a few. And maybe the system can already be there and the player can interact with it. If it's their second time through the game, they can interact with it ahead of time. But if they haven't interacted with it by the time they have some extra characters, then somebody at some point will be like, hey, by the way, like you should send your dudes out to get some extra resources if you feel like you need it. Or don't. I'm just fucking a guy who knows more about this world than you. I guess don't listen to me if you don't want to. Okay. So we've now covered collecting ingredients, right? We've been taught how to collect resources from a plant. So then I guess we'll just come over here and make a new text box. So player returns with the foraging party to prepare dinner at school. We kind of want to help and not just rest. That's a cute idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's fun. And they should probably be like, hey, here's the like board where people put down what they need. Put down what you need on this board and we'll take care of it if we can. And then the board is the thing that you interact with that actually lets you choose. Send these people here. It's going to take them this long. They'll get somewhere between this amount of goods and that amount of goods. But yeah, we don't even, like, that doesn't even need to happen for a bit. Okay, so the player returns with the foraging party to prepare dinner at the school. And at this point, let's see. Yeah, I guess it's okay to make it a separate text box. Player is taught how to cook. Including the ability to auto cook for decent rewards or play the minigame for high quality rewards. Maybe results. Okay. So the player is going to be taught how to cook. The board. Oh my god. No, but that is very cute. Maybe cooked buff drastically changes some encounters with wildlife. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Like, if you smell like meat. Like if you just ate a meal and have like a bunch of like grease all over your hands, a like meat eater might smell that and be like, holy shit. Our oldest cat, Mojito, will bite your fingers if you have like bacon grease on your hands. It smells like so good to her. She just like loses all logic and thinks like, oh, that isn't a finger. That must be meat that I can eat. And then she bites it and then like immediately realizes like, oh shit, I just bit my human's hand. Like, okay, sorry. And then she just licks it up like crazy. But it's very cute to see how excited she gets over it. We don't have bacon a whole lot. It's been a while, but it is very fucking funny. Yeah, Dirk, that's a cool idea. And I don't know if that needs to be in the tutorial yet. Maybe a little bit later. Maybe there's a place somebody could just kind of warn you, like, hey, if you cook food out in the wild, or if you eat food out in the wild, you might smell. You might smell good to some creatures, and you might smell bad to some creatures. I wasn't able to cast a fireball so as massive in weeks. A nice spicy food certainly helped. Yeah, I think those kind of conversations I want to be happening like all the time, but not as cutscenes. I want the player to be able to just like they could figure it out on their own, right? Like they could look at their recipes, they could go to a place that will teach them recipes, and they could learn that on their own, or they could just see people talking about it. That is the kind of stuff I just want I want put out into the world, and the player doesn't have to engage with it. So I would choose to not have that as part of a cutscene. Certainly for the part where they're taught how to cook, we'll tell them they'll be told that cooking will buff them. So maybe that's worth noting here. I do not actually have like a good solid wiki for mechanics. I have like a story wiki with characters and stuff. Well, actually, I say wiki. It's a Google document with links I can jump between. But honestly, I'll remember. Maybe some celebration cooking. I feel like I don't know, like primarily you're going to be doing it to heal yourself or to get a buff, but I do want to have a system where like every symbiote has food that it likes, and not only will the symbiote be happy if you give it food that it likes more than it like if you give it food it doesn't like. It's going to take longer to get it to be like fully bonded, max happiness with you if you're giving it food it doesn't like. But I kind of want to set up like kind of a little secret thing that like if you do a really difficult fight, or if your symbiote gets like does a lot of damage or something, like if your symbiote feels like he really contributed to a hard fight and you give him food he likes afterwards, that he's like extra happy about it. Like maybe you see an extra little smiley face appear in the HUD to let you know like, oh, like he really liked that, and not only did he really like it because he likes that kind of food, but like he just worked really hard and he feels like I don't know, he's extra appreciative of getting it, like it's a celebration. God, that took me a long time to say that. Yes, it's something like celebratory cooking is definitely something I want to do. I just kind of want it to be like subtle. I want there to be a lot of things that the player is never directly told, but that they might hear in idle conversation, or that they can kind of realize by looking at how the UI tells them information. Yeah, exactly, Silent Boy. It's like he's getting rewarded for his hard work, and so then he feels like, oh, if I work hard for him in the future, I'll get better. I'll get cool rewards. I like this guy. I'm gonna hang out with this guy more. He's cool. I have a stronger bond with this guy. We need to stay focused. Yeah, all right, okay. I just, it's helpful to talk about these things. It's fine. Okay, so I'm not gonna write down the aspect of like that the player will be taught that cooking can heal them or give them buffs. I'll remember to add that into the tutorial. We are focused. You need to make other songs. Get creating, get writing. I guess, yeah, you write songs, sure. What is the minigame for cooking? So the minigame for cooking, I want to be like, shoot, do I still have the thing open? No. Dragon's Crown, where you will have, you kind of like Zelda cooking. I guess in a way it will be sort of like that. Like you're going to choose the ingredients that go in. You're going to choose what to cook them in. And then it'll be up to you to not burn them, essentially. And there will be some ability in there to not just not burn them, but to also like do a really good job. It'll be like a process for you to follow. Like if you're cooking a steak, you need to flip it at some point. And if you don't cook the steak, if you don't flip the steak while you're cooking it, it'll still give you a steak. You still get a steak, but like, it's like kind of burnt on one side. That kind of sucks. It's not like a fancy, high quality, delicious, perfect result. Is the general idea. And so then if you want to cook a lot of things at one time, which is what's fun about Dragon's Crown. The fun thing about having these like 4 things is you're managing them all at once. Like the game is like, oh shit, this needs to be stirred. Oh shit, this needs to be flipped. Okay, this needs to be flipped. Now stir this. Now stir this. Now stir this. And so I want the player to be able to choose. They can either cook one thing at a time, or they can try to cook everything as quickly as they want, if they have enough like pots and pans for it. And then it's just up to them to be able to perform the minigame and do a good job. But they can make it as hard as they want to get results faster, if they so desire, is the general idea. Will we eat in the end? So I think the idea is that you're always producing the item. I think I'm okay with the kind of nonsense where you can like cook a steak and then like you could cook a steak at the beginning of this game and you could eat it at the end of the game 100 hours later, and like it's okay. It's been months of game time that have passed, but like the steak is still okay to eat. Yeah. Also, a small request for food customization, spice. And sauce. Yeah, I want there to be things that you can add that will tweak the recipe. So like you could make a steak, or you could make a spicy steak that has a different effect as a regular steak. You could make a saucy spicy steak. That is definitely something that I want. And some of those tweaks that you'll do, the like customization, will be things that you can craft like ahead of time. Like making a sauce is something you would have to cook on its own. Or you could cook the sauce and then you could immediately add it to a steak if you want to. It's up to you. Cook the sauce ahead of time and then keep some sauce in your inventory, or immediately cook the sauce and then add it into the steak, and then cook the steak. Yeah. So yeah, Derek, don't worry. It'll be a thing. So you have base necessary ingredients and additives. Yeah, I guess you could consider it that way, but what I'm thinking is that there are going to be certain players. Sorry, probably every player that engages with the cooking system is going to have certain things they're cooking regularly. Like, oh, I regularly use this symbiote and he likes spicy food and I like giving him a speed boost. So I'm going to cook him this like spicy, I don't know, like curry or something. The curry as a base gives a speed boost, and my guy likes spicy food. And also maybe the spicy food also like increases your fire damage or something silly. Doesn't really make sense. It's fun. So you could see it as ingredients and additives. And I guess that is technically true, but I feel like a lot of people are going to see certain meals as like, I'm always cooking that. I need to cook a lot of spicy curry for my Charmander. I need to cook a lot of like, I don't know, onion garlic covered steaks for my Squirtle. So in that way, like the additives are really important for determining the identity of the thing. Maybe if you engage in the minigame frequently, you can level up your hidden average automatic output. So yeah, what I was thinking of doing is Genshin Impact has like an okay cooking minigame. It's basically just like press the button at the right time when a little meter is in the right spot and you get a high quality result. And then once you've done that like 20 times, then you can just auto cook a high quality result. I kind of want something like that where you have to play the mini game to get good at cooking a thing, but eventually you can just auto cook a pretty good version. Maybe not the like tip top 100% version, but like you can get like a regular steak would heal you 100. A perfectly cooked steak will heal you 150. And if you auto cook a steak after you've cooked many, many steaks, you'll get one that does 145 or something. Like you almost get there. I've got you, man. Okay. All right. Sweet. I'm glad we agree. Hopefully this isn't incredibly annoying to implement. Hopefully I can figure that shit out. The, having a good cooking minigame and also like good sound effects that go along with it. I can fucking hear the Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom cooking sound effects. I could also hear the Dragon's Crown sound effects in that cooking minigame, and that cooking minigame is really fucking fun. The biggest problem of crafting is essentially crafting is time. Yeah, and that's why my goal is to not only let people automatically do it instantly for a lot of these things. There's going to be certain things like if you want to forge, if you want to like turn a bunch of your ore into like iron ingots or something like that, it's going to take time. That's going to take time. You can go do other stuff and come back and the blacksmith he'll have your stuff done. But certain things you'll be able to do instantly and just not engage with the mini game if you don't want to. After some repetition, it's just not fun. Yeah, for sure. And so I want anybody to be able to bow out of any mini game wherever they want. and understand that they'll still get okay rewards no matter what. But if they want the fucking best shit, they've got to do the mini game, and that's like, hopefully that's okay, and hopefully it doesn't feel like a terrible grind for people. So anyway, refocusing. After they're taught to cook, the player will be given a few introductory quests. So what are we gonna do? What are the first quests? They're gonna be asked to like collect some items, traveling to the nearest village or town. I misspelled traveling? I guess I thought traveling had 2 L's in it. What the hell? Maybe scouting out the entrance to a temple. So I feel like this will be like the next day after cooking, you're going to kind of learn that they've got things they need to do, but they don't really have enough people to do them. So they're going to be like, hey, if you have time, go do these things. Making a game for people, indeed. Honestly, I think the biggest reason that I feel like I have a chance of making this thing is because I'm fucking making this game for me. This game is for me. It's to please my dumb little brain in all of the ways that other games have pleased my brain, but it's not all together in a sweet Pokemon adventure that I can enjoy for hundreds of hours. Okay, so right, and then because you're given a quest, this will be a good time. Players will be taught about their tome and the way it updates information automatically. So people in this world will immediately recognize what you are. Maybe not everybody, but people will recognize that you have like a floating magical book that just appears in your hands when you need it, and it has information relevant to all of your experiences. That like they will understand that. And they view you, most people will view you, a scribe, as a force for good, because you are collecting and then disseminating knowledge through like an ancient tradition that, you know, maybe they haven't seen a scribe for a long time, but people have heard about them at the very least. And evil people will generally be skeptical of you because your book is a book of truth. It collects true information about the world. And if you're a person who lies and cheats and steals, you probably don't like the idea that somebody could get information about the stuff you're doing in their magical book of truth. That probably makes you nervous at the very least. Maybe nervous, maybe outright offensive. Maybe you're outright like hostile to scribes because of the fact that they might reveal your secrets. Yeah. So it's a good litmus test. It's kind of like in politics, if someone like is anti-science, like you're kind of like, oh shit, you fucking suck. Like you're a piece of shit. The world is complicated. Anybody who is not an idiot realizes that like we should listen to experts and scientists when it comes to a complicated topic that they're an expert in. Except for some fucking people who fucking suck and who are like, no, don't teach my kids about birth control. Like, shut the fuck up. Don't have kids, person who thinks these stupid things. Don't have kids. Don't vote. Just go live under a rock and leave the rest of us alone, because you're going to kind of ruin people's lives for your stupid viewpoints on things. Okay, anyway, political complaints over. On to the next thing. Ooh, also, fun thing about making this game for myself. I can put political complaints into my game. It's going to be fun. People are going to know I'm a goddamn socialist bastard. But that also I understand the realities of how difficult socialism is to achieve. But, there's going to be lots of commentary about capitalism sucking, about fascism sucking, and that if you do those things, if you do fascism, you fucking suck. You suck. Maybe it's understandable. Maybe like you didn't have a really good choice. Like I'm sure some people helped the Nazis because they were scared for their family and things like that. But like you still kind of suck. You still kind of made a shitty decision. Okay, now actually political rant over. Hey, small brain ape. Yeah, some people are scared of socialism. I think most people that are scared of it. Oh, also you said social sim. We're not talking about social sim. We are talking about socialism. I feel like a lot of people who are scared of socialism have turned it into a boogeyman. But really, I think of socialism as how I would treat my friends. Like, if all of my friends and I went to get food and somebody's food fell on the ground and they didn't have money to go buy more food, like I would give them some of my fucking food, because that sucks. That's fucking lame. And if we could just do that kind of thing, but on a societal scale, that would be the best way for a society to run, if it was possible. Generally, it's not. The successful versions of that have happened, and then like they get attacked by militaries, and then they lose. Then they did not succeed. So what can you do? What we can do is move on to the next fucking step, which is that after you're taught about how your tome works, you'll learn about symbiotes. And, so do we go into teaching combat? Because you can't really learn about, like, the primary purpose for a symbiote, for us, the player, is that they help us in combat. So probably we need to learn about combat. You abscond from any definitive idea for yourself. Oh my God. How does income work? Do higher educated people have higher income? Personally, I think the most realistic view is a combination of socialism and capitalism, where everybody gets a bare bones, like everybody gets their needs fulfilled, right? Everybody gets healthcare, everybody gets somewhere to live, everybody gets good food. But then the excess, the extra that's left over, once everyone's needs are met, that can be fought over in a capitalistic way, right? Like you can have doctors who get paid more because they went to school longer than other doctors. You could have people who do dangerous jobs get some extra money, so then they can, instead of having like a nice apartment, they get a nice big house because they worked harder so they could spend their money on that. That I think is the most realistic thing to do. There's a guy named Thought Slime that makes YouTube videos, and their view, also they're gender fluid, so they're not a he, they're a they. Actually, God damn it, they explicitly express that they're fine with any pronouns, so nobody gets annoyed or mad about other people using the wrong pronouns for them. Anyway, Thought Slime thinks that you could achieve socialism by like essentially just everybody kind of votes on what to create and how to distribute things. And if everybody is engaging in good faith, then like if a bunch of people want Nintendo Switches, well, society will produce some more Nintendo Switches. If people want Teslas, then society will decide, right, we should make like 1,000 Teslas because 1,000 people want Teslas. You would need like a supercomputer to do it. You couldn't fucking do that. But yeah, I agree that a mix is definitely it's the most sensible way to go, without everybody having like God level intelligence and everybody being like kind and caring about everyone else. Like it makes way more sense to have like a mixed system, and just like we're so productive as a society. Just give everybody nice minimum, like a low level, like everybody gets healthcare, everybody gets a place to live, everybody gets food. But like, okay, if you want a Kobe beef steak that's like $1,000, like maybe that should cost money. Maybe that should be something you got to do a little extra work for, in order to have that. Like that seems fine to me, but I don't know. People like Elon Musk are probably like, no, fuck you. I need my billions of dollars so I can just fuck up the world with it. I earned those billions of dollars. You're never going to take it from me. Like, all right, you're probably right. You're probably fucking right, but I think the world would be better if it wasn't that way. Okay, so I think maybe before the player sets off to explore and complete whatever quests they want, they will be taught about combat. And they'll also be will be given one of 3 symbiotes that they choose. So unlike Pokemon, where you have not been told how combat works, and they just fucking ask you to choose a Pokemon, you're gonna get one at the beginning of the game, and then once you learn about combat, not only combat, you'll be taught how. You'll be taught how to equip gear. Equip bear. Oh my god. And you'll be taught how to equip gear and the basics of combat, sure. And you'll be given one of 3 symbiotes that the player chooses from. That seems more explicit. Okay, so this way you have a little bit of a feeling. You'll see like a few different very rudimentary fights, like some practice fights, some honorable battles that you'll take part in, and you'll get a feel for some of the reaction systems. You'll get to see how like fire can be spread to other targets with wind. You'll see how fire, if it's built up enough, will explode. Maybe you'll also see how electricity, if you shock an opponent enough, you'll have arcing bolts that jump to other targets and maybe stun them, reducing what they can do on the next turn. You'll learn like a few elemental interactions, and then you'll get to choose a symbiote that does one of those interactions. You'll decide, I want the fire one, I want the electric one, or I want the ice one, or something like that. So you'll at least be making an informed decision, right? That's better. And also, I'm gonna have to be careful to not have a situation with like fucking Charmander. Charmander's just cool. He's just cooler. He's just a little bit cooler to the average person than like Bulbasaur or Squirtle. Although personally, I think Wartortle's the coolest. Best middle evolution. Best evolutionary stage of all 3 starters. But you can't argue against a fucking dragon. People being like, no, Charizard's the coolest. Like, all right, fine. You have very mainstream tastes, but like it's pretty obvious that fucking dragon's cool. Hold on. I want you. Can we make this work? Not really. That doesn't really look good. So then we'll go back to it being like this, and then we'll just put an extra arrow over here coming from the corner. Something like that. Okay, so now the story has started. The player has learned of their like new, I don't know, basically like their family in this place. The crew that they're going to depend on and grow. Then they're taught how to gather resources. They're taught how to cook. Then taught a little bit about combat. We got to keep this as minimal as possible. I want like an 8-year-old kid who can barely fucking read. Obviously, an 8-year-old kid should be able to read pretty well, but like maybe he's a dumb 8-year-old kid, right? I want him to be able to still have kind of a good time getting into this game. Maybe he's got a short attention span. I want him to still be able to feel like he can get to the action pretty quick. So once the player learns about combat, then at that point, we're kind of... Oh, I should have made these all boxes. Oh, Lord. Dang. Okay. Whatever. whatever. They're going to be boxes. There'll be boxes next time. I got 20 minutes left. They're just going to be text for now. I'll just go through and change their type. Real seamless like. Okay. So I'm just going to say now the player is, why am I capitalizing everything? Now the player is free to explore. And maybe this is a good flowchart to just actually end right here. Click on, buddy. So essentially, like, this is the tutorial. And it's not a gameplay loop anymore. It's the tutorial flowchart, I suppose. Will it be open world? And will there be the equivalent to gyms in Pokemon? Yes. Yes. The goal is to have tactical combat. And then also the world will be heavily inspired by Pokemon, but I want when you're out like traveling between towns, I want the player to actually be able to see Pokemon, or in my case, my fill-in for Pokemon, which are currently called symbiotes because they form a like positive bond with players. I want the player to actually see them going about their life, like hunting each other, getting food, getting water. Well, you have limited Pokeballs. So I think I like the way that Pokemon Conquest does capturing Pokemon. You bond with them. So I'm not really sure if I want it to be something that you have to buy. But I do feel like the idea would be that like you have some kind of limit on the number of bonds you can form. And I don't know if that limit is only going to be like in Pokemon, like you could only store so many Pokemon in the PC. Like it's a lot. It's like so many that most people will never hit that limit, but like you could hit the limit. And I kind of feel like that's what I want. But having a limited economy around it is really interesting, especially with the different kinds of Pokeballs. So like the thing that I've thought about before would be some kind of like a crystal, some kind of like semi-precious stone. There we go. Some kind of like special crystal or gem or something that allows you to kind of like attune yourself to a symbiote. And if you use the right type, you would more easily be able to form a bond with that kind of symbiote. Like, just like in Pokemon, there are Pokeballs that are better at catching like shit, like fast Pokemon, or Pokemon that's in the water. Things like that. I think there's one that's better at catching heavy Pokemon. There's so many. There's so fucking many different things. I do really like that extra dimension. So I do feel like having some kind of limited thing like a Pokeball would make sense. Using a fitting language. That is an interesting way to describe it. But sure, yeah, you would like... You need to match the gem to as many traits of the creature you're trying to bond with as possible. And that might mean you buy... Essentially, like, what if you could buy a Pokeball and then kind of augment it a little bit? Buy a Pokeball that's good for catching fast creatures, but then add something to it that makes it good for catching fast electric-type creatures. Something like that. So then it's up to the player to decide, do they want to just use regular Pokeballs, or do they want to engage deeper? If it's not obvious, I really want people to be able to engage with systems and have cool rewards for it, or ignore a system if they don't care and they miss out on a little something, but they can still play the rest of the game and engage with the game how they like. Same thing with the difficulty. I want you to be able to make this game fucking gruelingly hard, or so baby easy that like you can't lose. Because that's what some people want, and that's fucking fine. Oh, now I didn't realize I had done that. That's funny. All right. Okay, so we have our tutorial flowchart, but then we need to make another frame, and it's just going to be like the campaign, call it like the campaign flowchart. So this is going to be the stuff that the player does throughout like the meat of the game. And this I haven't really decided on. Like this I had a pretty good understanding of already. And then at some point we're going to need an end game flowchart. The end game flowchart is going to be free from a lot of things that the campaign flowchart will have. You're going to have to learn how to do everything. Everything you haven't already learned. So like we haven't learned about alchemy. We haven't learned about really any kind of crafting other than cooking. Also all the specifics with character growth are going to be important. You have to point out that having 100% versus 150% is similar to 75 versus 100. Yeah, as in for people feeling like they're getting a bonus versus people feeling like they're not getting enough instead of getting a bonus. Yeah, I'm going to do Google searches about how to avoid that feeling. The Sea of Stars tries so hard to let you know that the like timed button presses in combat, like it's just a bonus, dude. It's just a bonus. Don't worry if you don't get it, but you could like try to get it if you like it, and if you don't get it, it's okay. But there are definitely some points in the game where you absolutely get fucked if you don't nail those. They're very few and far between, but it also just feels terrible to not nail them. So like they tried so hard to tell me that it's a bonus if I get it, and that's not bad if I don't get it, but I absolutely don't feel that way. I don't feel like I'm going from 100% to 150. I absolutely feel like it's 100 if I get it. I get knocked down to 75 if I don't. So I don't actually know if I can successfully stop people from feeling that way. What I kind of want to do is come up with some kind of like scalable difficulty setting where the player can just choose a difficulty setting, or they can have the game suggest a difficulty setting, and the game can like look back and see like, okay, this person doesn't cook stuff. They just automatically cook things, and they seldom ever use the food they've cooked. They make potions. They don't craft gear. Okay, and they want the game to be hard. Okay, so they're only engaging with like one crafting system, but they want the game to be hard. So that should be this difficulty level. Or the game can look at the player's history and see, okay, this player engages with every single crafting system, so they would need a higher level of difficulty than the other player who doesn't engage with all the crafting systems in order for it to feel hard. Pathologic 2 has amazing difficulty settings. Cool, okay. I'll look them up and I'll look into that outside of the stream. Thanks for the suggestion. There's also a game called Bastion made by Supergiant or Supermassive. I can never remember who made it. I feel bad. Their names mean basically the same thing to me, so I'm never going to know the difference. It's the people who made Hades. It's like the Hades before Hades was Hades. You can see the bones of Bastion in Hades. It's like a top-down isometric action game. Bastion has these things that you can turn on. I think they're called like totems. And it makes the game a little bit harder, but you get more rewards. So I think something like that is also a good way for a player to kind of tune the difficulty. Because that is one of my biggest complaints about Genshin Impact, is I can't tell the game, get fucking harder. I want to do this fight, but like this fight is too easy. I don't even have to worry about dodging the enemy's cool attacks. Make this fight like as hard as Dark Souls, dude. And the thing that sucks with Genshin Impact, early on, it was like that. If you were pushing to the highest level difficulty stuff as early as possible, like, shit was fucking hard. It was good. You were engaging with, like, dodging attacks and trying to utilize all of your character's abilities, mixing elements together to do cool reactions. But then the game gets easier and easier once you're, like, crazy powerful. And there's only a few things that actually really challenge you. And I want the ability to make anything challenging. And give me give me slightly more rewards. It doesn't have to even be worth it. You could make it 3 times as hard for me and only give me like 10% extra rewards. I just want the ability to do it. I just want it. I just want the choice. Okay, so now what happens? The player is done with the tutorial. Shit. What was, you were 24 and you're not bold. Okay. Okay, so we're going to start this where the other one leaves off, right? So, damn it, not bold. Let's zoom in. Tutorial is finished. Player is free to explore and complete quests. But they can't just go everywhere, right? Their traversal is still limited. Maybe they are currently limited to a small sandbox that will expand as they earn upgrades and complete quests. Right, that's a good way to describe the way that Pokemon or another like kind of Metroidvania game works. At some point, the tutorial's done. You're free to go explore. You want to go down that hallway? Go down that hallway. You want to go through that cave? Go through that cave. Pokemon's a little bit more linear than that, which I really dislike. So you're free to explore, but you're still within a limited sandbox. Terraria gives nice accessories on expert mode. Ooh, Terraria has an expert mode? I played the fuck out of Terraria a long time ago. You're sorry you're bombarding me with suggestions. It's all good, man. I'm an adult. I can tell you if it's too many. And I can also tell you if I think I have enough information about something, you know? I actually, you know what? Maybe this is a sign I have a problem. I could talk with nice people for thousands of hours about like how games do difficulty settings. Like, I just think that shit's fucking cool. I'm fucking obsessed with video games and how they work, how they make you feel. Like, so maybe actually that's a sign I have a problem, but you're not going to make me mad by offering me more information about that. You should be able to explain your points with words instead of pointing your fingers and moaning a game name. Oh my God, you're fine. You're fine. You could, look, maybe you could explain it nicely. Sure. But I can also like look up a video about it, you know? I don't know. It's fine. If you want to take the time to explain it, Dirk, go for it. If you want to just drop me an idea of something I can look up, I'm totally fine with that too. You're fine, bro. Okay, so what does the player do first? Essentially, the player has to explore now, right? And we're going to get to a situation where like with Pokemon, you can only go so far. You can head up to, oh shit. The first town is Viridian? That sounds right. So you can head up to Viridian. You could go left. You can like fight your rival. You can explore that tiny little route. You can go up into the Viridian Forest. You can go through the Viridian Forest into Pewter City. And then you can't go any further. That's your sandbox. You're limited. So the player is free to explore and... Let's see. Are you free to do every single game mechanic? At this point, there will be exploring the player can do. There will be combat they can do. There will be crafting that they can do, although limited. There will be quests they can complete. They can level their character up so they can grow. I guess there would be some social things. They will be able to like buy a few certain kinds of things, especially when they get to the first town. There will be items that they can buy, maybe even some armor or weapons. They can talk to people. So, and yeah, Dirk, while I personally feel like the main part of the game is combat, I feel like the way that I'll be designing the game, somebody could think the main point of the game is exploring and doing puzzles, and that combat is just like a little secondary, a big part of the game, but secondary. So I would say exploring and combat are that is the main aspect of the game. Everything else serves those two things. I want players to feel very satisfied in exploration. When they go to new places, I want them to enjoy the sights, the sounds, surprising events. Same thing with combat. I want players to enjoy the sights and sounds of combat. Seeing new things, both exploring and in combat, should be something that is constantly pushing the player along. Because exploring means finding new symbiotes, finding new weird little creatures in weird little corners doing weird stuff, and then wondering what are they going to evolve into? What kind of attacks do they have? How can I use them in my teams to kick some fucking ass? Okay, so then, so the player is free to explore. Is free to explore, engage in combat, find new quests, capture symbiotes, talk to people, buy items, solve puzzles, etc. But they are stuck within a small sandbox. And so now I kind of want to decide, how does the game move forward? Because certainly if we go over, an obvious thing put in front of players will be like, hey, you can go prove your strength at a dojo, which is, it's just a gym. We just need a fun name. This is like a medieval world. I don't know if they would have gymnasiums. I'd be clear, they don't even fucking speak English, but your magical tome will translate their language, which I do definitely want to imply that, like, the first character you talk to says like nonsense, and then on the screen it transforms into English, so that you kind of get this idea that something is translating it for you, and it is your tome. Gymnasium is ancient. I know, but it doesn't sound like it. Did medieval people use it, or did like Greeks use a Greek term for gymnasium? I mean, maybe the Greek term for gymnasium is literally just gymnasium, because English is just a bunch of stolen words. I like dojo better. I still like dojo. We're still going with dojo, but I'll leave gym in parentheses so I don't get misled. Okay, so at this point, right, like this, I think I have 2 minutes, so I think actually this is a good place to stop, and I'm gonna think about the fact that I want progression from this point to do this, you know. I want, wait, yeah, and then also you, and then let me put you, nope, you go here. I want there to be kind of a branching out, that you can further the story, get to new areas, expand your sandbox, get new skills that will let you explore new places, expand the sandbox in multiple ways. I don't want it to just be like Pokemon, where it's like, you gotta beat the next gym, dude. This little fucker won't let you go east. Every time you try to go east, he's gonna be like, did you fight Brock? You should go fight Brock. And I can't tell him to fucking suck my dick and fuck off. I get it. Like, for what Pokemon is, like, yes, it was amazing to have that in my fucking hands as a child. It was insane to have like 100-hour adventure in my fucking hands, just going around wherever I went. But like now we're past that, and I think Pokemon as a whole should have evolved more than it has. Not graphically. I don't care about graphics. Pokemon Gold and Silver looked great. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, that's as good as I need a Pokemon game to look. Maybe some fun extra effects, but what I want is this. I want divergence in the story. I want you to be able to, maybe you can go fight the gym leader if you want, and then he's going to give you some information and maybe some skills that will help you deal with a different challenge that's on your way. Maybe they'll move you to the next step. You'll be able to access new towns and things. But maybe you could also just go through a dungeon. Maybe you could go through a cave system already and find your way to another town. Or what's a third option? I don't know. You could go into some temple and defeat an early game boss after you solve a bunch of weird puzzles that start to give you a clue about what happened to like the gods that are missing in this world. And then that might give you a tool that would help you get to a different town through a different means. And then like eventually they're going to come back upon themselves. No matter what route you go through, you'll be able to fight all of the gym leaders. You'll be able to do all of the temples. You'll be able to go through all of the dungeons. But you may have a wildly different experience if you go fight different challenges first. Kind of like Hollow Knight with fighting bosses or getting different traversal tools. You can go in different orders. You're not set in one specific path. The genocide route. Oh my God. I don't know if I'm going to let you murder everybody, Durg. I don't think that's a thing. There will be murder. There in fact, the way that I am conceptualizing the game, there will be no full-on pacifist run. You will be able to choose to be peaceful at times, but sometimes like somebody's gonna have to die because they're a giant piece of shit and they're causing a lot of problems and they won't fucking stop despite having been given many chances to stop. You know, like they're gonna die. People are gonna die. You're gonna murder some people. Your hands are not gonna be clean by the end of this. And for that reason, you're not gonna be a 12-year-old. You're gonna be like you are in Pokemon games. You're not gonna be a child. You're gonna be like a young adult. You're like 18, sure, just technically barely old enough. You're an adult. You're killing people, but like, that's fine. You're an adult. and actually maybe we'll make some commentary that like actually it's not fine. Like even an 18-year-old is not ready to go out and like shoot people in the world. It's fucked up, but like you got to do what you got to do. So anyway, oh my God, the Greg morale. Dude, Greg is crazy. She is having trouble adapting to peaceful house life. She will get scared by things and then just be like, I gotta attack. That person's feet are over there. I'm just gonna attack those feet because I heard a really loud truck drive by. It's scary. It's a little bit scary. She's so sweet most of the time, but then she gets scared or like pent up and like, oh my God, she's just ready to fight. Also, maybe you choose NPC 1, don't have NPC 2. NPC becomes an evil dictator because they have no love from you or are jealous. Oh my God. Okay. Maybe not that level of extreme, but I do like the idea of like diverging storylines. I really like the ideas. Mass Effect 2 presents some interesting ideas where you can kind of push characters in one direction or another. It's a little bit like binary and extreme. Like essentially this one guy will either become like a vigilante or he'll go back to being like a goody two-shoes, depending on what you say to him in one mission. Like you could basically be like, nah, dude, it's so cool that you're Batman, like fucking murder people. Sometimes they deserve it. Or you could be like, you know what? Like, no, this was the wrong choice. I understand why you want to do it, but you shouldn't just take the law into your own hands. You shouldn't just murder people. It's okay. Like, and then you drastically change his outcome. It's a little bit silly, but ideas like that, where a choice you make leads to characters making other choices, is something I really want. We can treat fates as predetermined unless an agent of fate interrupts, aka the player. Yeah, I feel like that's a way to describe it. I I think the biggest place I'm going to take inspiration from is Dark Souls. Maybe not. Maybe don't want it to be as cryptic as Dark Souls, but I really like the way that there are characters in the Dark Souls world that are trying to get things done, and if you're in the right place at the right time, you can help them, and then they are free to help you because you have helped them get out of like a tight situation, and now they're in a safe position where like they can come help you fight a boss, and then maybe you run into them again later, you can help them again, or you can do certain things that allow them to get to certain places. It's very cool to, especially going into a Souls game and not knowing that exists, and then kind of feeling like the game is telling you that exists. There's like a character, I've talked about it before, and Team Worm, I think, has corrected me. There's a character who's looking for her father in, I think, Dark Souls, and you can help her in just the right way to reunite them. I think you have to help him too. And eventually you will see them reunited. And that feels really cool after you've played the game once or twice and you didn't do that. There was just an empty campfire in a spot, and the third time through the game, you followed the clues and the hints and you did everything just right, and now these people are there and they're like, hey, like, yay, I found my dad, cool. I want that shit to be in this game. I want there to be characters that have like character arcs that you can control, maybe not intentionally, but like if you do the right thing at the right time, you will often see a furthering of a character's story. And I want you to feel like you appreciate them. I want them to like be like kind people who help you, or in some cases like Zote in Hollow Knight. He's kind of an asshole, and you kind of help him because you feel bad for him, but he still keeps being an asshole. But yeah, I definitely want something like that. You want to say there's no bad or good choices, just consequences? Oh my god. Bad or good, like quality? Sure. Bad or good, like morality? I definitely want the player to be able to make some selfish choices. I want there to be places where it's difficult to make the right choice, and sometimes you make a selfish choice because you know it means like, oh, I'll be able to get help from that character if I don't tell them about something bad that happened to like their family members or something. Like I want you to be able to make some morally gray decisions. But yeah, bad or good in regards to like only morality specifically. Choice is a choice. Sure. But I'm just trying to express the idea that like I don't want it to be like a game where there's always the obvious choice to make. I want it to be the kind of thing where sometimes you don't know what the result is going to be. Sometimes you do know what the result is going to be, but like you don't want to do it because that will hurt you. You will lose access to things even though you might think it's morally the right thing to do. So, and anyway, it is time to wrap up the stream. I gotta get my office door open for a bit, which means putting all the cats in the other bedroom so we can let Greg roam the house and I can get it to not be like 86 fucking degrees in here. This was a good session, and I'm gonna put some thought into exactly how I want the character's campaign to unfold with multiple options. So next time we'll look at the different ways it can unfold, the different ways that they can go from one place to another, and then eventually some of these paths are going to cross each other. But then also I want to start thinking about characters, what certain characters might want, how they might ally with you, what might lead them to not ally with you, and points where they will show up during the campaign, kind of like exerting their influence, like a scientist character that knows about making artificial magic crystals or something might be important at certain plot points, but then they'll have a story that goes on separately from that if you wish to push it forward. So anyway, I don't know. Thanks for hanging out, dudes. I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna play more Hollow Knight, and we'll be doing more lore shit next week, a week from today. Yeah. All right. So great. Have a good one. Take it easy. Thanks for being here.